Hello guys, and welcome back to another cold stream. On today's stream, we are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and with the Duelist Cup Stage 2 right around the corner, happening, I believe, tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow, right? Be Thursday night into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? I think that's it. I could be wrong. But with that being said, I wanted to go over some of the best decks, just kind of like discussing all of that. We'll probably play some more as well, but new stuff as well. New secret pack, Libromancer, which is a Cybers type monster. Did you know that Libromancer is Cybers? I did. It's weird. Moving on. Here's the new selection pack. Here are the cards that we know. We know of the new OCG card that just got, I think it came out yesterday, and this new selection pack is coming out in 2 days, so that's pretty interesting. We then of course have a whole bunch of random jank that just I don't expect to see any sort of play. Yeah, I don't know what else to say other than none of this stuff is really looking great. So there you go. And then a new Forbidden Limited list, which is really odd, because what's happening here with the Forbidden Limited list is not actual changes to the meta, it's just releasing cards that are from these packs, I would imagine. So here we have Ptolemaeus. Teller Knight Ptolemaeus is coming off of the list. I think this is at 3 in the TCG and has caused no issues. Same with Yatagarasu. This should have been off of the list ages ago, and I know people are going to be like, but Yata Lock! If you get Yata Locked in 2023, you deserve it. If you have literally no plays and get Yata Locked by a 200 attack point monster, you deserve it. You deserve it. Moving on. And then Blaster is also, I believe, 2/3. So that's very interesting. I really don't know if this is going to do anything. This might have implications later on with, like, Rescue Ace. I don't know how good Blaster is going to be in Rescue Ace, but that is still something that could see play, or that could happen as, like, a removal spell, basically, which is kind of interesting. And then just, like, as a free body as well. So, again, could be something. I don't know, but that's pretty interesting. Yeah, cool. That's basically it. That's at least in terms of new stuff. I don't know if there's anything else that's been announced from that set, or from the new what have you. You can get 7 mat Ptolemaeus with PK and Gossip Shadow, but you need to play uninterrupted. Wow, that's crazy. Anyway. Rage of Chaos is the one that's leaving. So, if you haven't gotten your Kashtira cards, get them now. Is there anything else in this pack that's worth? No. No, there's nothing. No, there's nothing. Cool. So, we've already... I've already completed the Duelist Cup, and I've gotten to Master 1. Man, this month has been awful for me. I've played way too much Yu-Gi-Oh! But as you can see, I've gotten to Dual Level Max. We weren't playing Rescue Ace. I forget what we were playing. But let's quickly discuss Stage 2, which does happen. Oh, it happens tonight. Oh, I'm just a big fat liar. Oh, it happens literally in 30 minutes is when it starts. That's very funny. We're probably not going to be playing the Stage 2 today. This is not something that I'm wanting to do. But what I will say is, actually, I don't know if this is probably not my time. So it's probably in like 2 hours or something like that. Not in half an hour. I don't know what time this is. What's the time zones? Do they tell me? I know that it's not Japanese time zones. Because if it was, this would be a very different time. Maybe it is. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, moving on. Second stage is happening today, later on tonight. Don't know when, because I have never figured that out. I'm sure... Okay, here's what we can do. I can literally go to masterduelmeta.com because they always have the time. So let's see. No shot, it's in 21 minutes. I refuse to believe it. Is that actually? Hey, yo. Let me show you. Let me show you what we're looking at. One sec. So, here... Yeah, it says 9 p.m. is when it starts. Which is technically also what it says here. Weird. Anyway. If you haven't done Duelist Cup Stage 2, it's the same thing as KC Cup Stage 2 as well. But basically, what you get is... similar to most other ranked systems where it's... You basically do like an MMR system. So, if you're higher in MMR than your opponent, you're going to gain less MMR, which is matchmaking rating, which they call DP, or duel points. And then... basically, if you're a higher rank than your opponent, or like have more DP than your opponent, you will gain less than your opponent, and your opponent will lose less when they lose. And then you basically gamble, not gamble, but like wager your points. So if you're guaranteed at least 1,000 points if you win. I think the max you can lose if you lose is 1,000, if I'm not mistaken. And then I don't know if there is a minimum. But the idea is, like, if you go 50-50, generally you'll be climbing, is kind of the idea. You'll be climbing in rank. As for the rewards, they're all terrible. However, if you get within the top 100, you do get points for the World Championship. So that is something to keep in mind if you are a big competitor. However, I am not, and I do not care. Because I would rather not ruin my life to try and get some cool points in this game. I've always wanted to, at some point, just like really commit. But man, every time I think about it, I'm just like, that sounds awful. Anyway, beside the point, let's see. I don't believe... Yeah, we just know the same cards. I would imagine that things like Ptolemaeus... Ptolemaeus is almost definitely going to be in this pack. I don't know if Yatagarasu and Blaster are going to be in this pack, but most likely as well. But yeah. That's kind of it. Let's... Oop. There we go. Let's discuss... Now, I've already done tier lists on best decks for the Duelist Cup Stage 2, but I do want to quickly go over some things. First of all, Kashtira is probably going to be the most common of the decks. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be the best deck, but it's also very simple to play, so there's that. Yeah, all things considered, though, I think this is a very strong deck. It's still able to basically prevent your opponent from playing with things like Shifter or Rise Heart if your opponent can't play through those, if they don't end up seeing their non-engine, if yada yada. A lot of times people aren't able to actually interact with that. So, yeah, there you go. I don't really have anything else. Kashtira is probably going to be the most popular deck. Pearly is probably going to be the best deck and going to give you the highest record, but it is also going to take a lot more out of you in order to play. So if you're planning on playing for a lot, maybe don't consider playing Pearly the entire time, but you probably should be playing it at some point. Other decks of note are... Labyrinth is pretty strong as well. Probably like the third best deck currently. Being able to play like the IKEA stuff to allow you to go second and multiple Handtraps to have that better time going second is very strong. And then the deck just like doesn't lose going first a lot of times. So overall pretty good. Also similar to Kashtira, I think it's just very simple. Tearlament is good. Tri Brigade is good. Sprite is still decent. Sword Soul's okay. Flunder is fine. Dragon Link is good, even though like Kashtira is a thing. While Kashtira is probably going to be the most common, I don't necessarily think that means that you won't have like a good time against it. It's a very beatable deck, so there's that. I don't know, Spiral, if you're playing against China, just random Chinese players, you might have to play against Spiral, so keep that in mind. But, yeah, we're going to move on from that. I just kind of wanted to give a preface, and I wanted to do board breakers. Are these the same thing? Are these the same thing? Oh, they are. That's hilarious. This one just has more. Cool. Cool. I want to do board breakers for the event. I also wanted to do staples as well. Just overall, like, what are some good staples to play? And I think that was it, basically. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then we'll play some Yu-Gi-Oh! But I do want to cover these because, yeah, reasonable. They are pretty important. Most notably board breakers. I think that these are pretty important. I wonder if there's a hand trap one. There probably is. Let me look up Handtraps. Yu-Gi-Oh! Handtrap. Yu-Gi-Oh! Handtrap tier list. When was this? You know what? This will do. Cool. So, these probably have a whole bunch of, like, similar cards. That's okay. You know what? Let's just do the staples, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. As a beginner Master Duel player, it helps a lot to not waste my gems. I'm glad you like it. We'll just do... So I'm not basing this off of URs or SRs or anything like that. This is just going to be, for Duelist Cup, what is going to be the best cards to be playing. And this is specifically also for the Duelist Cup and not for anything else, really. So do keep that in mind. Situational. You gotta have a situational area. I'm also gonna make this one blue, because that just makes more sense in my brain. Cool. Alright. Let's start off in alphabetical order, I guess, with Abyss Dweller. Abyss Dweller is situational. I think there is a chance that something like Abyss Dweller could be useful. Like, for example, if you're playing against, like, a lot of Dragon Link or Tier or Pearly that's specifically using, like, discard engines, such as the Dark World or the Shadal, it might come up. But all things considered, I feel like this is probably not great in the current metagame, just because I don't think that there are many decks that are sending cards to the graveyard and activating their effects. Access code is access code. I'm not really going to explain that one. Same with this one. Pretty self-explanatory with those. And same with Maxi. Obviously, Maxi is Maxi, and every deck is going to be having some sort of out to it, or more specifically, having some way to play around it without really getting punished. Whether that's they do have the out, like they're playing Gammas and Ashes and Called Bys, or they're just playing, like, around it, you know, not summoning multiple times and just kind of ending on, like, smaller boards. This is for This is just for the best cards for the Duelist Cup in general. Just kind of like staple cards. Book of Moon is interesting. I think Book of Moon is actually pretty good as of right now. Book of Eclipse. Book of Eclipse notably does two things really well. One, it allows you to go second into the two best decks, Kashtira and Pearly, pretty effectively. And the reason for that is because neither of them have negates, and oftentimes they end on boards that aren't really interactable before you can, like, Book of Eclipse them, basically. And on top of that, you probably want to hit multiple things with the Book of Eclipse, so it does make sense to actually be playing this in particular. Especially if we see more of, like, a Shadal package with the with the Pearlies, which could happen if they play like Shaddoll's. There is a chance that you get like Windud on top of something like a set Purrlily, or not a set Purrlily, a set Purrly Yeep to go into the Noir. And if they do end up like trying to go into that Noir on your turn, Book of Eclipse is really, really strong there. And then on top of that, just Kashtira gets absolutely destroyed by this card, and as long as you can basically break their board on top of this, it's very, very strong. Heck, even if you're playing like Kashtira yourself, you can just go, cool, I'm going to make one Xyz, go into Zeus, wipe your board, and now I can just play the game for free. So there's that. I think it's very, very strong right now. Borreload Savage is... I'm going to put it in situational. I don't really see a great world where this is something you'd want to specifically be ending your boards with. I think it's decent, but honestly, like a single non-destruction Omni Negate isn't great. Especially with like the Kashtiras running around in particular. Being able to go, like, cool, I'm going to negate the Fenrir, and then the Fenrir just banishes you face down isn't exactly phenomenal. However, being able to end on it and an additional card could be pretty nice. Being able to go, like, Boral End and the Borreload Savage Dragon is pretty good, but I don't think prioritizing the Borreload Savage Dragon is as good as prioritizing something that specifically negates till the end of the turn. Like, for example, an Imperm, a Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, and the like. Bestials are interesting. The only deck I see them playable in, there's two decks I would see these playable in, and it's Branded and Dragonlink. That's basically it. Don't really have anything else to say. Called By is stupid and belongs up here because of these two. That's basically it. Also because of Shifter, which we're also going to put up here. But yeah, Shifter is really, really strong, and if you need an out to Shifter, obviously Called By is very good. Now, granted, when I am saying all of this stuff, that does not mean that you should be playing all of this. This is just, here are the best options to consider, right? So, for example, I don't play Called By in Dragonlink, and the reason for this is because instead of playing Called By, I play Gamma. And the reason for Gamma is because in Dragonlink in particular, it's much better to be playing something like a Gamma to give you an additional light, to give you the ability to go in and like actually use your chaos space to generate advantage, and more specifically to out other things other than just Max C and the like. It also punishes the opponent a lot more if they end up going for you know, a Maxi before you get a monster onto your side of the field, or an Ash Blossom before then, because then you basically get a free Chaos Ruler. So, something like Called By is very strong, but I do think that Gamma is better in specific decks. I don't want to put it in situational because I do just think that it's pretty good, and I'm actually going to put it in A tier. I think that this is one of the best hand traps, and I do think hand traps are probably the way to go, with like a few thrust targets as well, which we'll talk about later. But honestly, Gamma is really, really strong right now. Being able to destroy a Kashtira monster is really strong. Being able to negate Maxi and Ash is very strong. Being able to hit Shifter as well is very strong. Being able to get the two bodies onto your field is very nice as well. And then just lots of other stuff like that. So yeah, I think Gamma's pretty good. Not every deck can play it, but I do think that it is a deck or a card to consider. Crossout's pretty mid. Yes, in theory, it's good in mirror matches and stuff like that. It's good in, like, Kashtira. But the thing is, because it is limited to one, I don't see it being as useful, and I see it being more of a brick most of the time, because you're probably going to be playing, like, a whole bunch of other random cards to, like, facilitate that. And I just don't see it really as worth it. Again, in mirror matchups, I think it's pretty decent. But I don't think that the mirror matches are going to be all that impactful in the second stage, unless everyone is on the exact same deck, which I don't really see happening. I think Kashtira, Purrly, Labyrinth, etc. are just... There are a whole bunch of other decks as well that are still very strong in the meta that I do expect to see. So yeah, I don't really see this being like insane in any stretch of the imagination. Daruma Karma Cannon is actually pretty good as a thrust target. That's basically it. Dark is almost always going to be a good option, even though, like, yes, cards are being banished. Being able to get rid of an Arise Heart and then just steal it for yourself, especially in, like, a mirror match, is pretty good. The problem is summoning it. I don't think every deck can summon this, but even with that being said, it's still nice. You can, like, slap a Zeus on top of an Arise Heart if you need to, after, like, getting rid of the Arise Heart, which is pretty cool. Dimensional Barrier is one of the better thrust targets. Being able to call something like Xyz stops both Kashtira and Pearly, which is very nice. But even with that being said, I actually don't think it's all that great. And the main reason for this is because it is a best of one. You might just play against, like, Tri-Brigade. And then all of a sudden, you know, a Dimensional Barrier isn't really going to do a whole lot because they're just going to activate Shureg and banish your monster, and they don't care because it's Dimensional Barrier and it doesn't call links. So, it's good, but yeah, mostly as a thrust target. Baylor's actually really good right now as well. Targeted effect and negation, as I mentioned previously, is very good because against things like Kashtira, being able to negate the effect of something like a Unicorn is very strong. Because it negates it for the end of the until the end of the turn. On top of that, Pearly, if they don't end up seeing Street, which is fairly likely, if they don't end up seeing Street, something like an Effect Veiler is very, very strong. Entis is just bad right now. Evenly Matched is... it's fine. Again, mostly as a thrust target, but... Rika is surprisingly popular too, and D-Berry isn't that good against them. True. I just thought of a Link deck. But yeah. And also, like, it's not great going second. Exodon Knights, just not great. Snow is actually still... Snow is just such an insane card that if you can play Snow, if you can get your mills and stuff like that, Snow is insane. Even against Kashtira, being able to just, like, normal summon this guy and flip a card face down is so crazy. So there's that. Foolish Burial is still Foolish Burial. It's still very good. Just, yeah, overall a good card. Even with Arise Heart. Foolish Burial Goods is basically only in very specific decks. Droplet is just bad right now. Arise Heart is everywhere, and having Droplet is just not really something that's going to always be available to you. Whether going first or going second. And because of the way that certain decks interact, I think just having, like, that non-target effect and negation just isn't nearly as useful, especially not as a hand trap. Kaijus. Let's talk about both of the Kaijus. Santa Claus in here? I kind of half expected Santa Claus to be in here. Oh, Kurikara. There we go. Let's talk about the Kaijus. First of all, Kaiju, kind of mid. Here's why. I know this sounds weird, but honestly, you are much better off playing additional cards to out or to prevent boards from being set up. Yes, you can Kaiju a Pearly monster, but if they have My Friend, which they will, that is terrible. That is just actively bad. You probably want to prevent them from even getting to that point before considering playing a Kaiju. Also, there are just other options available to you to also out these cards. Like, for example, as I mentioned previously, Book of Eclipse I think is really good against them if they go for the Yeep line and you can prevent them from actually getting the Noir on their turn. If you can prevent the Noir on their turn, then, like, Book of Eclipse is much better, Book of Moon is, and stuff like that. Small World Bridge utility is nice with Kaijus. That is true, which is why it's not, like, down here. Like, Kaijus are still good, but I think that they are over-indexed into. Not every deck plays Small World, so not every deck needs to play a Kaiju bridge, right? But there are also other bridge cards that you can go into, like other Handtraps and the like. So all in all, I feel like most of the advantage that you're getting off of something like, specifically the Kaijus, could be done with better, different cards. Speaking of better, different cards, Lava Golem is just better. And the main reason for this is, simply put, if you are facing down a singular Noir, yeah, a Kaiju would be better, but honestly, that almost never happens. And more specifically, I think if it's just a single Noir, again, there's a lot of other cards that also interact with that. and that can, you know, force your opponent to basically, you know, stop you, basically. So I still think Lava Golem is a little bit better. It's much better against Kashtira, being able to hit multiple of the Xyz, or like a Fenris and a Rise Heart and stuff like that. It's also better against basically every other deck that isn't specifically Pearly on one Noir. And if they do end on one Noir, well, there's a better option, which is Herald of the Abyss. Herald of the Abyss is just the best of these options. We'll get to Kurikara in a second. But Herald of the Abyss is a thrust target, while also just being an out to basically everything else that you would kaiju. While also not allowing your opponent to get the advantage that a kaiju would give them. Golem help you broke these hard boards? Yeah. Yeah, speaking of Herald and Thrust. Kurikara. Here's the problem that I have with Kurikara. Is that if your opponent is smart, they can play around this. Most notably, things like Pearly can play around this very effectively if they are a smart player and cognizant of Kurikara. I think a lot of other decks as well can specifically play around the Kurikara. However, Kurikara is very good against Kashtira because they basically have to activate their Arise Heart, which then triggers your Kurikara to just be a 3,000 body onto the field, while also getting rid of probably the most threatening card on the field. So I do think it's great against Kashtira, but I think that there are better options, most notably in the spell and trap card department. So again, there's that. Now, granted, Lava Golem being higher than Kurikara is solely due to the fact that if you can play the Lava Golem, it's going to be better. But if you do need your normal summon, like for example, you're playing, I don't know, Branded, or you're playing Dragon Link or something like that, obviously something like Lava Golem isn't nearly going to be as good. Raigeki is better against them, to be honest. Exactly. Garura is just not very good. Ghost Ogre, I'm going to put it in B tier. The only real deck that I see it being good against is, like, Pearly. You can pop the My Friend, which is pretty good. But I don't really see it being all that useful against any of the other real decks. Not great against Labyrinth. Not great against Kashtira. Like, it can interact with Kashtira, but not great. Right? Like, what would it interact with in Kashtira? That's the question. I guess you can pop the Arise Heart. But again, there are just better options, right? So, maybe it's not bad. Again, like, if you're playing Punk, obviously this is going to be much better, but yeah, I just feel like there are better Handtraps right now, and better options. Goes in Match is, I mean, heck, if you can play around Goes in Match, I would imagine things like Rivalry goes in. Is Teekaboo on here? Obviously, if you can play these and play around them, play them. I mean, that's pretty simple. They're incredible and beat, like, almost every deck. The problem is they're all one-ofs. But even with that being said, like, if you can fit in that random one-of and play around it, obviously do so. Does Ghost Ogre need to go to grave? I don't think it does. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I thought it just had to discard itself similarly to Ash, because it's of the same, like, archetype. You could be correct. I just don't know. I know this guy has to go to grave. But that's not that big of a deal. Do I not have a Ghost Ogre? Oh my gosh, I don't. That's crazy. Yeah, it does have to send itself to the grave. Okay, good to know. So yeah, that makes it even worse. I thought it was a discard similar to Ash because they're of the same type. And I think, like, Ghost Bell does that as well. Like, it doesn't have to go to grave, you can just discard it. I could be wrong, but... Anyway. Harpy's Feather Duster is... It's okay. It's a nice thrust target. I don't really see it being great against the current metagame. I guess it's still decent because, like, being able to grab, like, being able to have the Harpy's Feather Duster to hit, like, the field spell and the continuous spell of both Pearly and Kashtira is pretty nice. This kind of does something against Labyrinth, depending on their hand. If they don't have the two big, or they don't have the two welcome Labyrinths, then yeah, it does something if they have like a Floodgate or something like that. But honestly, even then, it's like a very cuttable card. I don't think it's all that great. Evenly Matched might actually be better than it, just as like a thrust target. But Herald of the Abyss is pretty mid right now. Imperm is probably the second best hand trap at the moment. I know a lot of people will be like, well, obviously it's Ash Blossom because it outs Maxi, but honestly, I think that Imperm is more important to play in your deck than something like an Ash Blossom, unless you just lose to Maxi, which a lot of decks do, so that's why it's there. But honestly, Imperm is so incredibly important. I would rather you play an Imperm than something like a Called By, than something like a Gamma, or any of these other cards. Imperm is so very strong. Not only can you use it going first, you can also like thrust and set it after like having gotten hand trapped, which is very strong as well. It also just like destroys basically every deck. What's up, CJ? IP Masquerena is it's fine. It's IP Masquerena. It's never bad. Put it there. Fenris is crazy. It's a ban-worthy card, and the fact that it's not banned is insane. Even with just 2, it's still it's better Pankratops. Both Phoenix and Griffin and Unicorn are pretty self-explanatory. They're both really strong. I'm actually gonna put well, actually, I should probably put you up here. Whatever, that works. Lightning Storm. Where do you even put Lightning Storm? What's a good board breaker for Dragon Link? Are you trying to break the Dragon Link board, or are you trying to play a board breaker in Dragon Link? Because if it's you're trying to break the Dragon Link board, I guess like Dark Ruler. Dark Ruler. I guess that's kind of it. Like a Lava Golem, Kaijus, stuff like that. But you're better off like... I guess Triple Tack is really strong as well. If you're playing the Board Breaker in a Dragon Link, you're better off playing a lot of hand traps. Dragon Link does really well with a bunch of hand traps. But if you do want to play a Board Breaker... yeah, I don't really know. There aren't really great board breakers. Triple Tack is a good board breaker. Imperm can out the Borderline. Yeah, but it's not really a board breaker. So, like, yeah, obviously Imperm. Again, like, hand traps I think are a little bit better. Especially things like Imperm. Imperm's crazy right now. Lightning Storm's kind of mid. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna put it in F tier. Whatever. It's bad. Link Karibo. I don't know. It's like the 5th best target for your Link 1. Not really. It's like your 2nd best target for the Link 1 for Pearly, but honestly, the Link 1 doesn't matter too much. And I think Anima's a little bit better. Avramax. Avramax is actually pretty good right now. Avramax has the ability to not be targeted, which basically entirely shuts down all of Kashtira's interactions with it. So if you make an Avramax, your Kashtira opponent probably can't really do anything about it, except for stare at you and hope that it draws like Herald of the Abyss or something like that. I'm an Undertale fan, so I have no idea why I'm here. I don't know either, CJ, but welcome. Nibiru is kinda mid. It's kinda mid. And here's why. Pearly doesn't play into Nibiru, almost ever. Kashtira probably plays into Nibiru a bit, which could cause issues for Kashtira. So, like, hey, it's good against them. And then every other deck either doesn't play into Kashtira or plays very easily through it. Dragon Link doesn't care about Nibiru almost at all because they can just play through it. There's Labyrinth, which is basically just a control strategy, so they're not going to be summoning enough times for that. Branded can play through a Nibiru, either not play into it or just play through it very effectively. Do I like Undertale? I've never played it. Yeah, the only deck that the only deck that Nib hits is Kashtira. Baguska is Baguska. It does Baguska things. 1-for-1 is kind of situational. I don't really see it being used in Pearly for good reason. You have to have a monster to discard to get the Pearly monster onto your side of the field, but at that point you can just play the quick play, and you have the maximum amount of the quick play, so there's no real point in playing this. But if you're playing a different deck that does utilize level 1 monsters, like for example Tri-Brigade Literalisk, then yeah, this deck's pretty good. Or this card's pretty good. Having a big unaffected guy in a meta where big unaffected guys are very easy to out is pretty bad. So I'm going to put him down here. Speaking of, this is the better Link 1 target for your Pearlies, so we'll put it a little bit higher. This guy is pretty situational. Same with you. Smart World is interesting. I think it's pretty good in specifically Kashtira. It's also good in like Math Mech and Salamangreat and stuff like that. What's not exceptional by any stretch of the imagination. Being able to get an additional monster to your hand is nice. That's it. Judgment is very strong. Being able to negate a summon is very, very good, especially when a lot of people are specifically playing things like the what is it? The Xyz and Synchros, most notably Xyz, where you can just negate them and prevent them from even hitting the field, and then that shuts them down oftentimes. So yeah, I think Judgment's just really good. Also, it's great in Labyrinth. I almost just donated $500. Please don't do that. That's not worth it. Strike is also very strong right now. I think Strike's probably even better. Most notably in Labyrinth, it's very strong. Being able to negate things like Handtraps, most notably Ash. Also being able to negate other such stuff is just really, really strong. Solemn is a lot better than usual right now. Yep. Starving Venom's like whatever. I don't think there are many Darks right now running around, so who cares? Super Poly is probably the worst it's been in a while. There's just not really as many fusion targets. Yes, I think you could like Super Poly away a like full power cash board. Kind of. You can maybe hit a few things here or there, but honestly, I don't really see it being all that great. It's not good. Redo is just not exceptional. Okay, we have Triple Tactics and Triple Tactics Thrust, which are two of the best cards in the game right now. I'm actually going to put Thrust a little bit higher. Thrust being able to specifically activate, or not activate, but Thrust being able to be activated off of basically anything that your Kashtira opponent does to search out whatever out it is very, very cool. You can search out Herald of the Abyss, you can search out Even the Match, you can search out whatever it is that you want triple tack, and then just basically be able to out the opponent's board for free. On top of that, it also interacts with Pearly very, very well. Whale noises. So yeah, just an insane card right now. You basically can play like 3 of this and then like 2 board breakers, or like a triple tack and a board breaker or something like that. Speaking of which, triple tack is very, very strong. Being able to basically punish your opponent for interacting with you with like a monster hand trap, which is another reason as to why Imperm is so very strong. But But yeah, that's very nice right now. On top of that, being able to like look at your opponent's hand or draw 2 is very good going first. And then, of course, being able to take an opponent's monster non-target is very, very powerful. Underworld Goddess is almost a necessary evil. This is just a better kaiju. Yes, you can like link away your opponent's monster, but I do believe that it's for cost. So similar to Kurikara, it's not going to trigger any effects. But it's just kind of like a thing that you probably should be playing if you can put out multiple monsters. Set Dimensional Barrier, true. You can also do that with Thrust, which is crazy. Apollosa is kind of mid right now. Actually, I'm gonna put it in F tier. Here's why. Apollosa doesn't beat Kashtira. It doesn't beat Pearly. It doesn't really beat anything because it doesn't either negate and destroy or like negate till the end of the turn. It just negates an effect, which isn't great against Kashtira, which isn't great against Pearly, which just isn't great in general. So, yeah, you're better off playing almost just a different Link 4. I don't know what Link 4, but just make Access Code. Make Avramax, honestly. That's probably your better option. Fenrir eats 2 negates on its own. It eats 2 negates and then just walks over the Apollosa. Baron is Baron, and Baron will do Baron things. Chaos Angel is pretty good. I'm gonna actually just put it in situational. I think it's a little bit more situational. Whereas Chaos Ruler is not. Chaos Ruler is still stupid and still very strong. Doesn't matter if a Rise Heart is in the format or not. Being able to mill 5 of your own cards or search out one of your cards from the top 5 is very nice. That's it. Double A Zeus is probably the best that it has been in a hot second, being able to wipe your opponent's field after just special summoning a Kashtira monster because they decided to activate their Shingra Era. During the standby phase, you now just get to entirely invalidate Kashtira, so I do think Kashtira players will probably be playing around that. Thoughts on very reflective, highly translucent, glossy, bright neon purple hot dogs? No thoughts. But yeah, Zeus is just very strong. I don't really have anything else to say, especially if you can make, like, Downered into Zeus lines to get that extra material to have a 2-board, or have 2 wipes, is very, very strong. Dagger is kind of mid right now. I think it's one of those, like, necessary cards to play in Kashtira. I think just to out, like, Floodgates. That's kind of it. I don't really see it being all that great. We're going to put it lower. Droll is one of the better of the Handtraps right now. Here's my biggest issue with Droll at the moment, is that against things like Kashtira, if they go Unicorn, Search, you then go Droll, and then they just rip a card out of your extra deck, and then they just go Theosis and basically do their full combo as if nothing had happened. So it's not exactly great. It's good against Dragon Link, which is nice. It's good against Pearly. It's, like, really good against Pearly, which is great. And then it's just kind of bad against everything else. Great way to dodge a question. E-Telly. E-Telly is almost always good if you can use it. Very few decks can currently use it. I guess, like, for the Punk Engine with Kashtira, if you wanted to play that, but I don't think that that's the best option available to you. But it's still an option. Other than that, I don't really see many choices for the emergency teleport, so I don't really see it being all that great. Hold on. Next up, we have a whole bunch of the Ghost Girls, and hold on. Hold the phone. Sorry. Not very good. Very situational. This one being able to specifically non-target but negate the effects of the monster is pretty nice. I believe it non-targets, right? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. It's Ghost Morning, right? Yeah. You discard... No, it does start it. But more specifically, being able to, like, not have to send this card to the graveyard is one of the reasons to play this card over something like an Effect Veiler. However, with that being said, you could also just play Effect Veiler and prevent your opponent from hitting the Arise Heart by negating things like the Fenris or the Unicorn. Unicorn in particular, being able to negate that with something like an Effect Veiler is pretty nice. But it's still decent. I'm still going to put it in situational. I don't really see it being all that useful. And then Winter Cherries I'm going to put a little bit higher. Winter Cherries is actually pretty nice because I feel like a lot of people are playing the Arise Heart in most of their extra decks, along with things like Zeus and the like. So if you don't need something like a Zeus, being able to like rip your opponent's Zeus out of their extra deck, or more specifically, being able to rip things like Arise Heart out of the extra deck, or whatever else it is that you are not going to end up playing. Like for example, in Labyrinth, you could play Winter Cherries and then play a whole bunch of the extra deck monsters that you would expect your opponents to be on. Like for example, a Noir, an Arise Heart, a Zeus, etc. And then just like rip that out of their extra deck and be like, cool, you don't get to use these. So it's fairly decent, and I do think that it's in a pretty good spot. I do think that there are better Handtraps, and I don't think that this is anywhere like near the top. But I think like in Labyrinth in particular, there is a chance you could play it. IDP is so bad right now. Arise Heart should almost be played in every extra deck if you are playing any Kashtira monster. And the reason for this, very simple, is if your opponent activates a Shangri Era during the standby phase, you get a free Zeus. It's a free Zeus, and you now get to just wipe a Kashtira player's board and watch them cry as they cannot recover. So, all things considered, is it the best? You're darn tootin'. Moving on. Lingaribo is very situational. It's basically only ever going to see play in like cyber strategies. Negating a trap is nice if you can go like into this before going for the and getting hand trapped by like Imperm or something like that. Then it's nice, but it's not great. Utopic Draco Future is a card that if you can make it, you probably should try to, because it's just that powerful. Not a lot of decks can though. Pot of Desires is just Pot of Greed. It's just Pot of Greed. It's just Pot of Greed right now. I don't really have anything else to say. It's just a very strong card. Same with Extrav. Why do these cards exist? Don't know. Dragostapelia is pretty bad. Dragostapelia is actually very good right now. If for some reason you can make this card, like for example, you're playing Tier or Branded, this card is very good. This card is very, very strong right now. Not better than Chaos Ruler, but definitely up there. Because of the fact that it is a targeted effect and negation, that it also permanently changes the level of a monster. Against Kashtira, that's like a death sentence. They go special summon Fenris and you go, cool, negate the effect, and also become a 1. Awesome. Now you can't use that as Xyz material, and its effect is negated for the rest of the turn. It's very strong. So, there you go. Moving on, we have Omega. Omega is whatever. It's not bad. But most of the time you're only going to be playing it if you have like Gamma to basically get like an additional hand rip out of your opponent's hand, or a card out of your opponent's hand after they hand trap you or something like that. Red Reboot is situational, and here's why. I do not believe that Red Reboot is worth playing right now, especially because we don't have something like a side to deck. Because while Labyrinth is very strong, if you are not seeing a lot of Labyrinth, it's not really worth it to play something like this. That's basically it. Omega seems really bad against Cash. It's not. Like, I get what you're saying, but the thing is, like, if you rip Fenrir out of the opponent's hand, and the rest of their hand is, like, Theosis Birth and Hand Trap, or, like, or I guess it would be, like, Theosis and, like, I don't know, a myriad. There's so many. Triple tack or something like that. I think Omega is fine, especially for going first. It's not, like, exceptional. Yeah, there are, like, punishes to it. But even then, it's like, you could just hit the non-Kashtira monster, which then also kills them. You could hit something like a second hand trap or a, you know, a pot or something like that. You know, sure, you could hit a name, and they could also have birth. But then again, are they going to? Nah. I just got to BM Exorcister in every way imaginable. Nice. Skill Drain is really strong. Skill Drain is probably the best of the current Floodgates. Probably better than Dark. Skill Drain in particular allows you to entirely invalidate Pearly and Kashtira basically as one card, which is really strong. That's it. Azalea is fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. Not only did I attack him with Torby twice, I attacked him with Coup Clock as well, then killed him with his own Martha. That is unbelievably funny. Elf is still Elf, and Elf will always be Elf, and Elf will always be good. Why is Elf a card? Don't know. Cheng Ying! Cheng Ying is actually pretty bad right now. I'm going to put him in F tier. Cheng Ying is... Yes, non-target banish is still nice. But Kashtira does exist, right? So you're not always going to be able to banish anything. And they're also going to be able to banish you, which means that they have the interaction to deal with a Cheng Ying. And on top of that, Noir also just, like, completely demolishes this card. Because, again, non-destruction removal is pretty good against this. Also, what deck is currently playing this that's going to make use of it? Besides, like, Sword Soul. And again, Sword Soul, I think there are just better options. Anyway. Moving on. Terrors of the Overroot is actually just, like, a decently good card. You'd only really play it in Labyrinth, so I'm going to put it down a bit, but it's just, like, a very solid card. Being able to specifically, like, send a monster to the graveyard and then set another one from the grave is very good against Kashtira. Being able to, like, if you get Handtrapped, set this card and then go, cool, you special summon your Fenrir, I sent it to the graveyard and set this hand trap, and now you can't special summon the unicorn that you have in your hand, or something along those lines. So, that's pretty nice. Next up, Lubellion. Lubellion is always a crazy good card. Being able to set up your... grave... Not your grave. Your field, as well as searching out something like a Magnemut to get you an additional monster, to get you an additional interaction, to set up something like a beast, or a branded beast, to potentially pop a card is just really, really strong. And even with that being said, it's still low because of a Rise Heart and the like. Boral Sword is only really playable in, like, Ninja. It's just not great. DD Crow is interesting. So you would think something that sends a card, or that banishes a card sent to the graveyard would not be very good right now. But the problem is that DD Crow specifically outs Pearly. It does a lot against Pearly. It's a very, very strong card against that deck in particular. Now, even with that being said, I don't think that this is, like, the greatest of the hand traps, but it is something definitely to consider. If you are playing against a lot of Pearly, if you're playing against a lot of Labyrinth, if you're playing against a lot of, like, other such decks that want to send cards to the graveyard, DD Crow is actually very nice, being able to hit spells and monsters. Unlike the Bestials, which is why the Bestials are lower. Also, it's a pretty easy search target in, like, Pearly, which is pretty cool. Lance is... I'm going to put it in situational here, and here's why. Lance isn't exactly the greatest of cards. The only deck that I could reasonably see this being played in is Kashtira, and it's only to save a Rise Heart from things like Raigeki, or Raigeki. I guess Triple Tack, potentially as well. But all things considered, I still don't think it's the best option for Kashtira. Even with that being said, because it is just, like, a dead card in that archetype, and it's only there for protection of the Arise Heart, which, sure, that's nice, but there are still so many outs to that Arise Heart, and, like, better outs than just, like, spells and traps. I mean, I've seen that guy get outed by Herald of the Abyss too many times. So, there you go. My boy Daruma is the best. It's a side deck against me specifically. There it is. This guy, Skullmeister is just not good. Grass is still grass. I cannot put this card low. If you see this card, you probably still do just win the game, unless your opponent hard drew the Dimension Shifter, which is why it's higher on the list. Ausa's actually pretty good right now, I'm not gonna lie. Is it better than Dark? Probably not, but it's definitely up there. I'm gonna put it above Book of Eclipse. Ausa's very strong, because being able to basically get any Earth monster onto your field, or any monster or any two monsters including an Earth, which is not difficult, especially since Fenrir is Earth, as well as Maxi is Earth and stuff like that. I think it's just like a very good card. To potentially go into something like a Unicorn, to spin something away, which is very strong. Where we don't have something like SP Little Knight, that is fine for the most part. But even being able to like take your opponent's Unicorn and then activate its effect, search out another Unicorn, and then go into Nightmare Unicorn, or not Unicorn. Steal your opponent's Fenrir, search your own Fenrir, and then go for a Nightmare Unicorn to shuffle a card away, and then into like Access Code or something like that is very, very strong. So I do think Ausa is pretty good. Baldrake is, again, situational. I don't know why I didn't put these all together, but there you go. Downerd is, it's good. The only reason to play it is because of Zeus, but even then it's still pretty good. The Water Enchantress is just bad, or the Water, whoever you are. Dugaris is situational. Jar of Avarice, similarly. Actually, Jar of Avarice is just bad. Pot of Prosperity is such a stupid card. Holy crap, it's a thrust target. It searches out any of your board breakers. It searches out any of your combo pieces. It searches out basically anything. And I know it's not technically a search, but it basically is. It can add like an additional hand trap if you need it, or an additional extender. It can play through hand traps. You can use it going first, going second. It's dumb. It's dumb. Trap Drake is not great. Not great. Ultimate Slayer specifically has to send to the grave, which is not good. However, if you are playing against mostly Pearly, it is pretty good. That's it. That's the only situation where I see this being any use. The Wind Agnister is kind of mid. Dark Hole, on the other hand, is pretty great. Why is Raigeki not in here? I don't know. Raigeki's like an S tier option right now. Raigeki's really strong against Kashira. Maybe not S tier. I think there are definitely better options, but it's still good. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna put this higher. Being able to board wipe your opponent is so very strong, especially if you expect Kashira to be so prevalent. So, there's that. This is where something like Forbidden Lance might be a play, because people are playing like Raigekis and Dark Holes, but... Borderland is a terrible board breaker when Access Code is right there, and accomplishes more or less the same thing. Or Boral Sword, which also basically accomplishes the same thing. Alright, there is the list. Obviously, things like Maxi, Ash Blossom, we know that. Imperm. Triple Tactics Thrust is like the best card, other than the most broken card in the game. So, there you go. But yeah, that's the list. I don't really have anything else to say. Let us move on. I think now Duelist Cup Stage 2 is happening. I am incorrect. Yeah, I'm incorrect. When does it actually say? It says 21. Right? So I don't know when that actually means for Konami. I don't know what that actually entails. Because for me, that is right now. That was 30 minutes ago. So I don't know. In 30 minutes, in 30 minutes. So this is just wrong. It's just lying to me. It's just lying to me. It's probably like Western time from where I'm at. So it's just blatantly lying. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Cool. Let's... I really don't want to play the second stage. I really don't want to play the second stage. I'm not gonna lie, because that sounds really boring. We're gonna play Dragon Link for a little. Yep, Master Duel crashed. Oh no. No. Is a modded New Vegas. That sounds awesome. Here's the thing. If I want to play the Duelist Cup. Don't get me wrong, like I do. But what I want to do is like fully no-life it and see what I can accomplish. Because if I don't, there's no point. There's just, like, no point to doing that. Right? Because you just have to play so many games that it's just not really feasible. But oh well. But oh well. Just watched FNAF movie and it's amazing. Cool. I should go watch that. Maybe instead of playing the Duelist Cup, I'll go watch the FNAF movie and have a good time and not lose my mind over some imaginary points that do not matter. What if I just tried really, really hard to go to the World Championship? What if I did that? What if I tried really hard to be the best player in Yu-Gi-Oh! That I could be? That sounds like pain. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that sounds very fun. I don't think that sounds very fun. I don't know. I do want to do more tournaments, though. What do you guys consider... What would you guys consider joining my own hosted tournaments? Do it. What if I instead of playing in tournaments, what if I hosted tournaments? What if I did like weekly tournaments in Master Duel? Would y'all join? Would y'all participate? Probably not, right? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Yes. Of course. That's two people. Would I participate or just host? Here's the problem. If I were to participate, it would be much more difficult to actually run said tournament. Though I would like to, I don't know if I would be able to, and then also host it. Depending on how like big and complicated it is. Maybe. Oh, I won the coin flip. I guess the second question is, when would be a good time to host it? Should I do it when I like normally stream? Should I do it earlier? Should I do it on the weekends? Should I do it on the weekdays? Cool, my opponent immediately disconnected. Awesome. And I can't report him. Or they just have really bad internet. Either way, it's a crime. Nice! Cool. Cool! Imagine losing the coin flip. Could not be me. See? I told you. Also, last question I got for y'all's. If I were to have a... Oh, cool. Do you have Ash? It's probably Maxi. Oh, it's Ash. Ooh, cool. If I were to have, like, custom events or, like, different ban list events, different events and stuff like that, instead of just, like, a standard, would that be better? Would that be worse? Thoughts? Go. Grab Collapse Serpent? Grab Collapse Serpent. 60 card deck? Oh, yeah, from my opponent. It's like, what? I'm not playing the 60 card list. Just no bug would be fine. I'm talking like NR format. I'm talking like, oh, Chaos Hunter. What the fuck? Hey yo? Hey yo, bro, you good? We playing Chaos Hunter? No shot we playing Chaos Hunter. I cannot believe that people still play this card. That's so unbelievably funny. I guess we'll chain block the other way because I guess it doesn't really matter. What if I just entirely ignored this guy and just didn't care anymore? Yeah, thoughts, prayers. He has beef with Kashtira. He said, nah. I don't like it. I don't like it. Kill it. Kill the fire. And I said, oogie. Abs. Abs a router. Abs your router. Cool. Let's go for the... I have a normal summon. Oh, I have normal summon. Right, I'm a goof. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. We're a goofy goober, yeah. Goofy, yeah. I only have the Wyver Burster in my hand. Okay, I don't really want to go into that guy then. Let's go for the... Romulus. Let's go Rommels. Rommel! To this day, I still don't know if I can interpret Dragon Link correctly. Well, that's fine. Add to the hand the Rocket Synchron. I just pitched the Rocket Synchron. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. Shouldn't have added that one. That was a big mistake. No. Okay, that's fine. Let's go. Let's go Pisty. Oh, but then I'd be locked into dragons. Ah! No, that doesn't do it. Fuck. No! F it, I'm making Borland. F it. Borland. Yes. Special. Cool. Link off for Striker Dargan. Striker Dargan. The Dargan of Strikes. Cool. Let's go Pissed. Special summon back the Tracer. I should have special summoned back the Saber. I'm a silly boy. I'm a silly lad. Pop the Striker. Grab the Recharger. Yeah, that was a big goofy of me. That was a big goofy of me. If you don't want that. Target, special, Saber, Rocket Recharger. Go for it, ya boy. I never know when to Ash Dragon Link or when to nib. All I know is that Maxi is the only hand trap you know when to activate in any deck. Fair enough. When do you Ash them? You don't. You pray that it just works. Because honestly, they will probably play through the Ash. Or you just Ash them immediately and it dies. Chaos Base. Bestial Lubellion is always a good option. What else? What else? Oh. Lubellion, Seifert, Chaos Space. Those are the 3 that you should probably Ash. If those 3 don't show up, Romulus. Cool. Let's go and like this. Banish, 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 Banish. Yep. Get that card out your hand. Get it out of your hand. You are now on 1 card, you dingus. That last card better be a fucking Ash. Or a, not an Ash. Oh, what's it called? Grass. There it is. There it is. There it is. Cool. Let's go for the Lub. Romulus is definitely the choke point. For the most part. Like here, Romulus didn't really matter. It kind of did, but not really. I haven't activated the Ravine. Cool. Let's go Safer. Let's grab back this guy. Grass will get hot-redded anyway. True. You're not wrong. You aren't incorrect. Cool. Grab Regained. Link off for Borland. Cool. Let's make Levy? No. We'll go Chaos Ruler. Banish. And Banish. You. They stayed. They stayed that whole time. They're like, it's fine, I'll just top deck Grass Imperm. And then they were like, I don't even know if that works. Cool. That was fun. Dragon Link. Imagine being down to, what was it, 1 card in hand? Staring down that board and still going, nah, I got this. Imagine being down to 2 cards in hand, staring down half of that board and being like, nah, I got this. Nice Chaos Hunter dingus. Nice 2-card hand loop. Wow, this hand is goated. This hand go crazy. It go crazy. Imagine playing Chaos Hunter instead of a good card. That's why Chaos Hunter literally wasn't even on that list that we had. It's never worth it. Like, I get the idea of, like, oh, I'm going to activate Chaos Hunter because my opponent special summoned a monster, and then just getting triple tacked for your life savings. Imagine just getting triple tacked for your life savings, and then you just gave them a 7, and now they make Shangri-Ira. Shangri-Ira. Or they make a Rise Heart. Or they make whatever they want because you just gave them a free 7. Nice. Nice. Okay, what do I go for here? I think the play is go... I think we go normal summon Safer, walk over the Rhino Heart. Or do I go Chaos Space? Chaos Space is pretty good. It dies to Ash. What doesn't die to Ash right here? Normal Summon Saver is the thing that doesn't die to Ash. But it does die to Meta Noise. If they have Meta Noise, the game is now over. Battle phase. I'm guessing this is Soliak. That's my thoughts. It could be Meta Noise if it's Meta Noise. Oops. Oops. It simply won't be Meta Noise, trust. Trust, it's not Meta Noise. No, it's not. You're lying. It's not Meta Noise. Could be Imperm. It is Soliak. Okay. Negate the effect. Send the tier monster. Tier effect does activate. Cringe. Sure. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so frustrating. Yeah. Man, if my hand had one more light or dark monster, just a light or dark monster, doesn't matter which one, if it had one, we probably win this game. Oh, that's so frustrating. People just won't let it go of tier. That's because it's still good. 2 1-ofs? The whole deck is 1-ofs. What do you mean 2 1-ofs? Why did we send Cashier tier? What? What are we doing? I'm trying to think if I have any plays here. Except for Cope. Yeah, I don't really have anything. I drew 3 dead cards. That's so unfortunate. I had 2 cards that did anything there. Ah! Why couldn't those have been imperms? Why couldn't it have been a gamma? Bro, I should play tier. That's probably what I'll do. I want to play tier. Tier's so fun. Speak of the devil and he shall appear! Bro, let's freaking go. Quick launch. We launch, we quick. Ash? 45 cards, what the heck? What are we playing? The Roach! He! Die. Ash? Absolutely. No shot! No way! Unreal! It's unreal! Get him out of here! What do you have? You don't have anything. Liar. Liar and slave! I can make barrel. I can make barrel. Well, first things first, we're gonna do this. Just immediately we're doing this. What do they have? It's not Imperm. It's not Ash. It's not Valor. What do you have? My guy, what is in your hand? Alright, we're going like this. No Shot Lab is going second. No Shot Labyrinth decided to go second. It's not Imperm, because it was activatable before I got a monster on my side of the field. Because it was activatable when I activated the Gamma. Magnum Hut! Druis! Whoa. That's not allowed. Oh, and Valor. What the hell? Well, I mean, obviously we're adding the Magnum Hut. Wow, pitching Dragon Ravine kind of sucks here. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of bad. It's cringe. Cool, let's go Magnum Hut. Magnum Hut. Magnum Hut. My guy, what you got in hands? What you got in hands? Please inform the me. Please. They did choose to go second, so I'm more inclined to go, like, Baron Seals Pass. That is an option available to me. Is it a good option? I don't know. It's an option, though. We are going to make a Barone. I have a normal, right? Holy shit. Holy crap. No shot at the Numeron wall. I refuse to believe it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It probably is, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Could make Romulus. Romulus actually is not good here. For a myriad of reasons. The only real important one is I already milled Dragon Ravine. Activate the Absorautor. Absorautor effect. Grab. Grab. This says face-up card. Grab the... I guess Rocket Synchron just makes the most amount of sense here. Yeah, let's go normal summon the Rocket Synchron. We'll go Rocket Synchron effect. We'll grab... What do I want to make here? I want to go Pisty Striker Dragon. That's not realistic, though. Although, is it? No. Not without giving up this guy. So I guess we'll just bring out your boy. No shot you have Imperm. No shot we Imperm this. Yeah, Rocket Synchron's a cool card. As long as Chaos Ruler was summoned properly, yep. Yep. Cool. Let's make... So there's two things that I could potentially do here. I could go for Pisty into Triple Burst into Borderland. I don't think that's the correct option. I think the correct option is Hot Red. We Hot, we Red. We Dragon, we Archfiend. How much defense does this guy have? 25. I'm putting into defense. I'm putting that shit into defense. 25 is a good cutoff. Alright, pass. If it didn't activate, it's absolutely wall. There's no shot it's not. We are grabbing to the hand the... Safer. I'm grabbing Safer. It's gotta be Numeron, right? It's gotta be Numeron. Lava Golem. It's Runic! Hey, yo. Absolutely. That's fine with me. They banished my Levianeer. Rude. Okay, now they don't have a battle phase. And now I'm even more confused. Droplet? I half expected a Droplet to come down there, and I was about to scream. I would have cried. What are you playing? What? Huh? You can't show me going second. What was it? It was Maxi. Runic Destruction Raigeki. What are you playing? I can't look. I can't. It doesn't show me shit. Bruh. And we'll never know. And we'll never know. No idea. No idea. It was... Whatever was in their hand, we have no clue. Wild. It was a copium dragon. Cool. Activate Chaos Space. Pitching the Levianeer. Levianeer. Okay. 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 Chaos Angel pass? What? What are you talking about? Who's making Chaos Angel? What are you talking about? Quick launch. Bestial Lub. Grab the Hut of Magnum. Link off this guy. Do you ever just are better than your opponent? Thank you. Words are hard. Boots. We boots. Collapse Serpent. Are there other targets than Collapse Serpent? Or does it specifically... No, it specifically adds that card. Okay. I just wanted to know. I was just wondering. Yes is the answer to that one, I think. Wrong. Incorrect. Incorrect. You've been bamboozled. Coolio! Rommels. Out comes Rommels. Rommel's effect. Sure. Grab Ravine. Coolio. Let's go. Let's go Magna. Magna. Now, I have a few things I can go for here. I think Baron is probably the correct play. Why is Baron generic? Who made Baron generic? Burrow. We'll go for the Tracer. We'll go for Baronet. Baronet. Cuckoo. Alright. Let's go. Truist. Banish Striker Dragon. Summon this guy. We could just go Seals here. Seals is actually pretty good. Go Regained. We could go Dragon Ravine. We could pitch Beast if we really wanted to. I don't really want to, though. But it's not like a bad option. How much do I need Beast? What's Dragon Ravine give me? Gives me the Absorber to the Grave, which searches out the Rocket Tracer, which gives me the rest of my combo. This guy's in the wrong spot. Shit! Okay, yeah. I think we do pitch Beast here. We'll keep the boots. The boots. Sending you Absorber effect. Grab the Tracer. Is that normal? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Okay. We'll go Boot Sector launch. Had I known that, I definitely would have not... Oh, I definitely would have done something. I definitely wouldn't have pitched this, and I would have pitched this one, and I would have just normal summon the Tracer. That's fine. We'll go Boots here. Special summon the Rocket Tracer. We're gonna go for Tracer effect. Did I goof? Maybe a little. I think that's okay, though. We'll go Recharger. We'll go Pisty. Cool. We'll go Triple Burst. Yes. we'll go Pisty. Swing back this guy. Go Chaos Ruler. Find Seifert. Trust. I will just find Seifert. Trust. Valor is not bad. Droll. Imperm. Seifert! Ah! I found it. There he is. There he is. I found the Seifert. There he is. He knows. He knows. Alright. I think it started. Yeah. Yep. Looks like it has. Duelist Cup Stage 2 begins. Alright. Thank you, Drop Shock Trooper. Thank you. Very helpful. I forgot to hit the button. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Boo! I have returned. Oh, the heralds. Disco Ball PTSD. All right. What are we expecting? What should I play? I'm gonna play tier. I'm gonna play tier. I don't care. We gonna have fun. I'm gonna play tier. I'm gonna play Tri Brigade. I'm gonna play. Who knows? I might play Pearly. I'm gonna play Lab. I like Lab. We can play Rescue. I'm just kidding. We're not playing Rescue Ace. I want to have fun and not break. Where is it? Tiara Strongest. Tiarament Strongest. Here's the list. I don't know if I agree with all of the Synchro monsters, but, I mean, the rest of the stuff... the rest of the stuff did come up, but, like, I didn't really feel like I needed anything else, so I feel like we're good. Let's play! I'm gonna lose this coin flip, and it's gonna be Kashtira. Watch. Just kidding, I lied. I'm a liar! Gecko. Gecko. Oh, what an interesting hand. Not a very good hand, but it is an interesting one, to say the least. Cool. Normal Rise Heart. Rhino Heart, not Rise Heart. Wrong one. Send ya boy. Have. Make boy number 2. They're both women. It's fine. It's fine. They're Yu-Gi-Oh cards. No one actually cares. Make Kittle. Activate effect. Grab. I want to grab Scream here, but I don't think I can. I think the play is grab Sheeran. The play is 100% grab Sheeran. That noise would have been so good, too. Fourth Dweezil. This is a World Championship OST? I have no idea. Probably? Let's go Destro. Let's go with Destro. Target the 4 just to make this guy a 3. Then we can make an 8. Ooh, so many options available to me. It's probably Redoer here, yeah. No, it's 100% this guy, right? Because if we do this... No, I guess this is probably the correct option. I think we go Redoer first, and then we can go into Chaos Ruler if we feel like we need to. Yeah. Go like this. Detach the Shiren. Banish Self. Shiren. Sure. Summon. Summon this guy. Yeah, I definitely should have gone Chaos Ruler first. I was like, oh, I want to get this card into the grave. That was a bit silly of me. Gamma! That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I definitely should have gone Chaos Ruler first. Hindsight's 20/20. Because that basically accomplishes the same thing that the Kikalos accomplishes on that board. And then I could have kept the Redoer if I needed to for this turn to Fusion Summon, which definitely should have been the play. That's okay. We're at 0 points. If we lose the first match, it's whatever. It's whatever. Thrust. Sure, can't really do anything about that. I would imagine this is like triple tack. No, triple tack doesn't. Could be like change of heart. Evenly matched. Evenly matched, maybe. Could be Herald, which would be a bit odd. Feather Duster. Sure, I think that's fine. Feather Duster, we just grab Havness here. Let me have Havness as a potential interaction. Oh, no, we grab the other guy. This guy. Kashtira tier. Purry. Sure, that's fine. Stray Streets. Okay. Then we're gonna go tier cash. Oh, they have a quick play. That's what it is. It's a quick play, doofus. We'll banish Grief. Cool. Let's go Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Chainlink 3. If they have triple tack, they have triple tack, and there's not a whole lot that I feel like I can do about that. Nothing. Okay, cool. Add the meta noise. Fusion into Kit. You and you. Grabbing Dragostapelia here is also really well, it's not great. So probably Rukalos is the play then. So we'll send here. I think I want to get as many cards into the grave as possible, so I think we send the Rhino Heart. Sheeran's already activated its effect. Havness hasn't. Yeah, we'll actually send the Havness. Send Havness. Havness effect. Go for Rukalos. We'd have to banish a card on the field for Snow, if we wanted to do that. Damn. That's really frustrating. Yeah, I knew they had triple tack too. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go Redoer here. I would imagine they take the Rukalos. They kind of have to. Wow. Thrust and triple tack. Mm-hmm. Sure. Wow. Yeah, that's so frustrating. Yeah, you got it. Hard as drawing thrust triple tack, nothing I could do. Trying to think if there's a way that I could have done that better that would have won me that game, and I don't think so. Maybe I hit something off of that Chaos Ruler and it does something. Maybe I don't and it does nothing. Yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know if there was an option there. We'll go Havness. Make a kit. Don't use the Sheeran. Yeah, we're playing the second stage. I think I should... Maybe I don't mill. I'm gonna grab Scream. Shiden. Sadly, this guy only activates if it's sent from grave or from deck, so that's a bit frustrating. Oh wow, okay. We'll go Scream, Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Shiden. No Handtraps, surprisingly. What do I want to make here? Probably this guy. Soliak's a really good one there. We've already activated both of those. So we'll grab this guy. Pretty obviously. We'll go Kit. Send Self. Special Rhino. Rhino's just kind of a 4. He's not really doing anything. Harpy adds a Trap Engrave. That's really good. Okay, we'll mill and then add back. Add back the Soliak. Wow, adding back Soliak is crazy here. Those were some pretty dang good mills. Hitting the field spell kind of sucks, but it's not that big of a deal. And then we hit a second Rhino Hearts too. Wow. Yeah, I do think I go for that. We'll send the Tier Cash. With Tier Cash effect. Mill 2. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course both of my mills off of Tier Cash do something. Why would they not? Why would they not? Simare. That kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. It's not terrible, though. Go Redoer. Not exceptional, but it is something. I can at the very least, like, tag out. It's, you know, it's a guy. Could potentially steal something. We have a really good follow-up as well, which is very nice. Sadly, that is all of my Rhino Hearts, which is kind of funny. We'll go Redoer. Jam! Extreme Session. Hey, that's a draw. That is a draw. I think I probably Ash this, yeah. This is probably the best Ash. Seeing the Wraith set. Probably. 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 Figured. We'll go Scream. What do we hit? We hit a Meta Noise. Okay. This allows me to add back Tier Cash? Sure. I could shuffle away the Unicorn. I think that's probably actually the correct option. Just shuffle this guy away. Then if they summon another one, we Meta Noise it. Okay. Imagine playing Kashtira. Couldn't be me. I'm just kidding. Only 1,000 for that. Cringe. Cringe! Lame. Should have definitely gotten more off of that. Going second. Okay. We drew a triple tack both games. Am I going to draw triple tack again? Absolutely. Wow, this hand is really, really strong. Wow, this hand is really strong. I'm at 2 Runic Naturia players already. That is cringe. That is really cringe. I'm not gonna lie. 60 cards? Bricked. Couldn't be me. Could not be me. Alright, we're gonna start with... We're gonna start with Wraith Soth. Soth Wraith. Add a card. We're gonna add the... Tear Cache? Tear Cache sounds pretty good, if you ask me. I could go Unicorn, grab Birth, activate... Yeah. That's absolutely what we're doing. So we'll grab the Fenris. Activate Droll. Sure. That's fine. Give me hand. Give me hand. Give me hand. What's your hand looking like? Oh, 2 Bestials? Wow, that's really crazy. Get rid of that thrust. Get out of here. We're gonna go Scream. We're gonna go Special the Unicorn. We're gonna go to battle. We're gonna attack. Activate the Unicorn. What do we have in here? Lots of good deliciousness. Cool. What do we want to get rid of? What am I worried about? This guy. We know that they have an Ash. The Bestial Love. Wow. No shot they actually just drew that. That's crazy. That's wild! They're just better than me. They're just better, chat. Nice catch, Sheer Short. Thank you. Literally just top deck the Bestial Lubellion. Wild. Sarnier. Sure. Yep. I think they have to tribute summon here. Yeah. Tribute summon the Druis. Or we're dumb and tribute summon the Magnemite. That's fine. Send... I would imagine we send... Lub? Yeah, send Lub. Special summon Self. Or I guess we could special summon the Druis here. Not the Druis. The, What do you call it? You thought I was a teenager? What gave you that impression? Beast. Pop Unicorn. What the fuck are we... Oh, we're just bad at the game. Right. Okay, cool. Cool. Special summon Fenris. Activate Fenris. Ash? No Ash. Cringe. Cool. Now I win the game, right? Like I just win? Because my opponent decided to not interact with me there. Cool. Let's go Tear Cache. Banish this guy. Cool. Let's go Tear Cache. Go for a Rise Heart. Why? A Rise Heart is not good. I'm playing Tear. What do you... What? Why would I ever make that? Cool. Okay, we'll go Sheeran. Oh, we have Gamseel. Gamseel. Go Rise Heart in Tear, smile. We want to see you suffer, smile. Sure, that's fine. I could Snow here. That's very funny. That does prevent them from getting Beast. Yeah, absolutely. You thought I was playing Cash? No, I don't play Cash. Yeah, cool. Ah, yeah, ignore the Scream and Soliak on my field. Just, it's fine. How many bestial names? That was the only one that they had. Oh, I thought it was a Druid Swarm. I didn't think it was a... Oh, never mind then. Yeah, then they did the correct thing. No, they didn't. They should have normal summoned the Saronir over the Saronir and then banished the Saronir for the Magnamut. And then tributed, and then they could have potentially gone for like a Verte or something. Oh yeah, they played that really poorly. Wow, this hand is really bad. This hand is really bad. Sometimes Meta Rays hurt normally. Pachycephalo. How much do you want to bet they just grabbed the Pachycephalo here? How much do you want to bet? Absolutely. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Yeah. Yeah. Are we going for season points? No. Lubellion should be banned because it makes D-Link extremely consistent. That's some copium if I've heard it. Why are they playing Patchy? Because you can normal summon it and prevent your opponent from special summoning. And hey, that doesn't affect you. I would not consider it copium, but this is a weird play from my opponent. Sure. Oh my gosh. Man, my draws are so abysmal. Oh my goodness gravy. I could not have seen worse draws there. Veggie is a winged beast, obviously. Trust. I mean, you can still extra normal it. Yeah, M-Pen can normal anything. Normal summon a monster. Cool. Normal summon the snow. Snow effect. Flip M-Pen? I have to flip this guy. 100%. No shot you have Harpy's Featherstorm. I refuse to believe that you have that as well. Cool. Threaten battle. Walk over this guy. Main 2. Pass turn. Uh-huh. Unlucky. Unlucky. My opponent had full combo. And Pachycephalo. Cringe. And also my hand was abysmal. It was all normal summons. You should have destroyed your own Fairy Tail. And do what? What does destroying my own Fairy Tail do? I have to deal with the Pachycephalo, and if it flips up, this unicorn dies anyway in whatever it searches. Apex Avian. Sure. You could play a game of Sprout the Brick with this hand? You wouldn't have to play a game. It's all there. Apex Avian, flip my face down. Grab a bird. Yeah, you got it, dude. I got just the most abysmal hand. And luckily, you won't know what I'm playing. You'll think it's Kashtira. No, you won't. I don't know what you'll think it is. That was a really tragic hand for me. Flu is such a menace. No, it's not. What? I'm sorry. Look at that hand again. Look at the hand that I drew and call Flu a menace, please. We call that advanced rolling. Sricular! Sricular. Fun, fun, fun! Me, 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 me. This number you control? Nope, just monsters on the field. When will they have circular at 1 in this game? Why not just ban it? There is no point for that card to exist. Especially for Cybers, that already has like a million other extenders. Honestly, no deck should have a card like Circular. Speaking of a card that actually should be banned, Splash Mage. I hate generic extenders. No way should you just have a generic extender. In the extra deck as well? Wild. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, we also had Signet Mining? Of course. Grab Microcoder. Salamangreat can create Fire Statue combo? Dope. I don't care. Link for Microcoder, make transcode. What? This is a fucking SpongeBob game. Daring, aren't we, today? I'm gonna have Mathmech Circular with Signet Conflict and a side of Splash Mage. Daring today, aren't we? We're falling asleep today, aren't we? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Wait, no it doesn't. Why would we... Oh, because we needed to go... We could have just linked off the whole... No, because it requires different attributes, and these are the same attributes, aren't they? Yep, cool. Cool. Oh, yeah! Yeah, baby! Oh, I love it. Oh, this is such a cool deck. Holy shit, dude, it's so dope. It's so cool. I hit it. It's gotta be 2 imperms and a cold butt, right? That's gotta be what it is. What it is. And they just drew Max E, right? I'm actually surprised. Oh, right, super fact. You're right. That was the other one. I'm gonna play around Ash, because they obviously have a cold buy. Or not a cold buy, a, imperm. No Shopple, please resolve. They absolutely have a cold buy. Oh, it's the Roach. Fun. Okay. Okay, I'll play your game. Because I kind of have to, don't I? Isn't that fun? Oh, we also hit that guy. Wild. Yep, there's the Imperm. Super fact. I mean, if they send Scream, that's fine. I'll just get a search off of it. Dang it. No shot they actually sent the tuner. That's so funny. Add meta noise. I mean, we can literally... No, we can't. Because meta noise, like, does jack shit here. Cool. Let's go to Strudo. Of course, out their Imperm. Or their Called By. Or, not their Imperm. Their, Laplation Negate. Sure, that's fine. Do they have a Dark Grave? No. Okay, we'll just go to battle. Let's just go to battle. I think I crash here. I think I crash these two. Yeah. Sure, that's fine. Please be dumb and just make access code. Ban Heat Soul. Heat Soul's the problem. Trust. Drawing 2 cards. Too powerful. Drawing 2 cards over the course of 2 turns. Too powerful. They know I have a meta noise. Oh, it's so funny. Parallel Exceed. That's funny. Sure. Celiac. Actually, no. I'm not going to use the effect. I'm just going to show you that you goofed. You goofed! I actually wait here. Because I need a tier name for my meta noise. Cool. We go... Celiac. Target this guy. And then we go meta noise. Flip yo ass face down. Does he have 2 access? No idea. Sure, that's fine. That does kill me, I think. That is really frustrating. That is really frustrating. Alright, we gotta go snow here. Maybe I'm gonna banish, like, everything. We'll keep Kit in grave. They probably are playing to access code. But here they can just go Splash Mage and, like, do Splash Mage shit. Oh, G-Golem. Yeah. Yeah, G-Golem's a cool card, wouldn't you guys agree? Isn't it super dope? It's super cool. Man, every single Cybers card that they print is just a mistake. Yeah, you got it. There's no shot they're not playing a second access code. I mean, it's probably Terahertz, actually, that they'd go for there. But yeah. Cyber's decks are so damn OP, and yet they're still bad. And yet they're still bad, and no one seems to do well with them. I wonder why. It's probably because they're all bad players. This hand's at least better. $60 cards. Did they draw the grass? Probably. Here comes Fenris. Sure, sure. Sure, sure. Is this like 60 card cash? What is happening? What are we playing? Oh, it's Punk. Oh, it's Punk cash. Okay. Oh no, it's actually Scareclaw. What? Why? Huh? Fawn. I hate Link 1s. There's not a single Link 1 that's cool. They're all horrible. Either they're absurdly bad, or they're absurdly overpowered because they are a Link 1. Even look at like some of the weakest Link 1s, they're still insane just because they're a Link 1. What a fun card. At least it's destruction. At least it's probably not ending on a Rise Heart, which I think I can deal with. Especially with triple tack. Yeah, we'll probably be fine. It's pretty consistent because Lightheart is a Link 1 starter. Oh, Scareclaw is like one of the most consistent decks. It's crazy. It almost always ends on this. The problem is this isn't very strong. So like, who cares? If this is just like Twin Saw, Tri-Heart Pass, like, okay. That's so funny. Oh, Scareclaw is absolutely the weakest of the Tri-Heart, or of the Vsauce lore. It's not close. But it can also use, you know, Kashtira, which is pretty good. Pretty good if you ask me. Please destroy both of these cards. It'd be very funny. I hit Sulliek. Oh, wow. And a Sheeran. Cool. Let's go Sulliek, Chainlink 1. And then I'm just going to go... I'm just going to go Havness. I'm not going to activate the Sheeran. There's no point in activating it. This is weaker than a Sword Soul end board? Yep. It's quite significantly weaker, actually. We're making Kit here. Let's just put back the Sheeran. Makes the most sense. Add the Sheeran. Go Kit. Yeah, that's fine. What do I want to send here? I just send Heartbeat, grab Grief, or grab Sulliek. Thanks, mate. Thanks. You gonna scoop it up? We gonna give this up. Nah, we're not doing that. We're gonna activate the Twin Saw that we have in on our field, and we're gonna tribute off this guy so that we can pop 2 cards. Oh yeah, the Vsauce archetypes are crazy. Like, every single one of them has been good. But I mean, all of the branded archetypes have been good. Minus Spriggan. For sure, my guy. I don't know why he didn't use the Tryhard Revive and Search effect. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. Which is better, evenly matched or imperm? Imperm, 100%. It being a hand trap matters so much. Get clowned on, buffoon. My opponent's name is NPC. You'll see a lot of people like changing their name and changing their like icon for this, especially at the higher ranks, because they don't want people to know what they're playing. Okay, the plays go Unicorn. Unicorn effect. Grab Birth. Birth. Go Birth. Go Scream. I think I actually normal summon the Sea-Mare. Sea-Mare. Yeah? I can normal summon the Fenris. And then do what with that? Honestly, not much. You just beat 2 guys. But Fenris is really strong. But I don't have a way of getting either of these guys off of the field to go for... Well, I do have Scream. So I could just banish Scream for the tier limit. Yeah. So I think we'll go normal summon here. We'll go Fenris. We'll go grab Kashtira. Kashtira. Oh, baby, when you talk, my guy. That, I'm not gonna lie, that song takes me back to when I was, like, legit a child playing Warcraft 3 custom games just by myself against a bunch of bots. It, like, is very specific to the memories that I have with it. Wow, that is really bad mills. That is, like, abysmally bad mills. Okay, cool. I'll just pass. That was, like, atrocious mills. No! No! Oh, that's sad. What the fuck? No shot. No shot. Oh my gosh, it is. I refuse to believe. I refuse. I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna play the game. You can't make me not play the game. I'm 100% playing the game here. How dare you? How dare you? Someone really made it to the second stage and is now just like, I'm not gonna play. Bro, why even make it to the second stage then? Huh? My brother in Christ, what are you? Scareclaw makes me sad. They got Twin Saw, and Splash way too late into their lifespan. Now Scareclaw's best use is as a Manadimian extender. True. Yeah. What if he made it with that deck? He didn't. Well, I got a clean 1,000 points from that. That's ridiculous. I was just better. I was just better. Scareclaw Tri-Brigade is where it's at. Its ultimate potential, in my opinion. I disagree. Oh, we're talking for Scareclaw. Yeah, I guess. I have a very similar hand. But I think I want to do something different because we drew this guy. So I think we're going to go Fenris here. Why do people do self-decay? I don't get it. You get the rewards. Because even if you kill yourself, it still counts as not surrendering. And you don't get rewards if you surrender. It's really silly. Scream. Wow, I got nothing there. That was really, really funny. Holy crap. I'm gonna grab the... I'm gonna grab Meta Noise. Meta Noise feels like the correct play here. Cool, let's go Kashtira. Special. I'm gonna banish the Fenrir here. Why is Chaos Ruler alive? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Wow, that's 2 really good hits. Let's go Shiren Rhino. Let's go Rhino Heart. I'm actually just gonna send... Okay, they scooped. Understandable. Have a nice day. I wish I could see what my opponent was playing. See you tomorrow. Later, Law. Thanks for stopping by. No shot we're playing Makonko, right? No shot we're playing Makonko, right? In the second stage? Are you crazy? I'm playing Kashtira, or not Kashtira, Tearlament. What am I saying? What am I talking about? I'm playing bad cards too. I too like to play bad cards. Wow, okay. Choice paralysis here. I think the plays go Shirin. Send Havness, mill 3. That's a really good mill. This Imare. We also have Birth, which is kind of good for this tier limit cash. We'll kit effect, search. I probably want to search like Meta Noise here. What do I have in hand currently? Grief, Heartbeat. Scream doesn't do... No, Scream's pretty good here. Yeah, I think it's actually Scream. I think that's the play. Add Scream to hand. We'll go like this. We're gonna go Grief. Having Heartbeat here is something that I do want to keep in hand if I can. We're just gonna send it to the grave again. We're just gonna go Scream. No effect of Rhino. Mill to 2. 2 Scream. I think we'll grab Soliak here. Maybe it would have been better to grab something else, but I think this is fine. We'll grab Rhino Heart. We haven't activated the... No, we have. We have activated the other guy. Okay, so we're gonna go Rhino Hearts, Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2 kit. What do we want to hit here? We want to hit... yeah, those. Wow, those are really good. Okay. So this one's used its Fuse effect. This one hasn't, so we'll go Shirin. We'll go Beast, Chainlink 1, Shirin, Chainlink 2. I would imagine I get something like Kaiju. Having Snow is very, very strong in our grave. Oh, I could summon Winda. Oh, Winda's crazy. Winda's probably the play here, right? I go Winda, and then I make Redoer. Oh, that turns off both Soliak and Heartbeat. But I can special summon the tier cache. And that basically forces them to use whatchamacallit on Winda. That is a good question. I think I do go Winda. I think that is just the correct option. That's very funny. I could make Babushka, which is also very funny. I think this is probably the correct option. We always have the ability to go tier cache to special summon. We have the Fenris, we have the Unicorn, or we have the Fenrir, we have the Redoer, and we have the Winda. We have Soliak, we have the ability to fusion summon on the opponent's turn. I'm feeling okay about this. Maxi doesn't tell me anything. It's probably Makonko. They probably have Lava Golem, and they Lava Golem over these two. If they do have it... No, they decided to not do it over those two. Okay. So, I don't know if they know how my cards function then. That's interesting. Maybe they just needed to deal with the Fenris there. That's very possible. Oh. Choice spell traps. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Let's go Heartbeat. Add back the Sulliek. We'll go Sulliek, add Havness. We should have Havness, right? And then we'll go Scream. Grab a Meta Noise. Sure, that's fine. Meta Noise. Should have done this differently, but that's okay. Grab Havness. Do they have a second Kaiju? Figured. Oh, wow. That's funny. Luckily, that is a once per turn. So, there's that. Add a Makonko card from deck to hand. Then pitch a card. Adding the Ritual. Or the Special Summon. Oh, because they had that in Grave. Interesting. Sure. Activate effect. Special. We know 2 Ohime in hand. So out comes Ohime. They have this that can attach to an appropriate monster on the field. Which I don't think really does anything. It protects the monster. So I think I do go Redoer here. Detach the Sheeran. Banish. Sheeran effect. Do you like a Cold Dive? Go Kaleido. Does stage 2 change anything? Are people tryharding because I still didn't get the gems yet, and I don't want to mold. Yeah, it does change things. Send a card to grave, sure. Send the green. Thinking, do I have a way to interact with this? Not particularly. Sure, that's fine. Does this target any card in the field? No, but I can banish any card in the field, which is very nice. I think I just need to survive, so I think I'll just keep this. I don't need to target their monster, I just need the banish. Add a Makonko Trap. We'll go Havness here, sure. I don't know if this is necessarily a good option. I hate Sheeran. Sheeran doesn't do anything, but it can be added back to hand because I hate the Meta Noise. Add Rivalry. Meta Noise. Add back to Sheeran. God, I fucking hate this deck. I hate it so much. It's so annoying. End of main. Battle. Sure. 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 End of battle step. End of battle phase. End phase 2. Set a card. Oh, set 2. What is that? I wonder. Warren Domain. End phase. Cool. Redoer does come back. We're not playing Zeus. No, we are playing Zeus. Cool. We're gonna banish 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. use Redoer. Shimare. Redoer effect. Hare. Do we have a water engrave? No. Depressing. That would have been nice. Thinking here. Baron is probably the correct option. I'd have to give up, like, all of my life points. Thinking thoughts, I'm thinking thoughts, I'm thinking thoughts, thoughts are being thunk. Alright, normal summon you. No effect. Okay, cool. No, I'm not playing Psychic Punisher. What does that Makonko trap require? If you control a Makonko monster. Cool. Alright, let's go Shairin. Give Max C. That'd be crazy. Capiche Unicorn. Yeah, that's probably the option. Mill 3. Mill an additional couple. I think we still have a Sheeran we can mill. We didn't. But we did hit this guy, which is interesting. To say the least. Could go Destrudo. Let's go Cash here. Tier Cash. Worst case, it's called by. Worst case, it's called by. Best case, it's the second ceremony anyways. On our turn. I don't think it can be a second one of that. That'd be cool. We're gonna banish the Fenris. Let's mill some more. Still have Sheeran. Still have Rhino Heart as well. Get the Rhino Heart, there we go. Rhino Heart effect. Special. Worst case, it's Mirror Force. I think Mirror Force would be okay. All things considered. Let's go Rhino Heart. Meta Noise. It's probably a called by. That's my assumption. Yeah, we'll add back the Heaviness to hand. There it is. Out of my face, you stupid Makonko player. Go away. Go away, Makonko. Mikanko. Maximum number of saves? That's not allowed. That's not allowed. Oh, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Man, I could be playing against the most unfun decks and still enjoy myself because tier is just that cool. No favorite replays. Why do you only get 10 replays? Also, why is it that you have to go in and manually delete each one? Bro, can we make this easier for content creators like myself? I don't think it really matters, but... Oh, that was a couple of days ago. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I know what it probably was. I think it's that really bad trap that equips cards from the deck. That's what it was. That was ceremony. None of my messages have gone through. Thanks, YouTube. Incredible. Thank you, YouTube. I don't want to hear what my chat has to say. Nope, never. I return. Oh. Okay. I've been replaying and making jokes this whole time. I'm so pissed. No. That does suck. I have no idea what that Kunko trap probably... It's probably something like... It was definitely a quick play spell. I just don't know what quick play spell. Oh, it could have been like winter cherries or something like that. Something like really silly. Wow, this hand is really... This hand is really good. But I think the plays go for the unicorn line. So we'll go unicorn here. We'll go effective unicorn. We'll grab Burf. 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 Lose to Droll. Cry about it. Grab Tier Cash. And then go Shirin. Okay. Mill 3. Not the greatest of mills, but we did hit the Gamma Seal, which is great. I kind of feel like I want the Ishizus, the Shufflers. Tier Cash? Am I a Chad? I just like playing Tier. Tier is just too fun. It's just too fun. We're gonna grab... We're gonna grab... Ah! Ah! Happiness has activated its effect, but Shirin hasn't. Okay, so we'll go Grief. Man, this hand was so insane. This hand was so crazy. Why was it so good? I feel like I should be playing, like, Big Eye or something. Just Scream. No Rhino Heart. And we hit the Shirin, which is... Oh, wow, and Beast. Okay, cool. So we'll go Beast here. I need to change a few of my rarities on the cards. I don't like them being shiny. Shirin. Wind is a pretty good shout here. We could potentially go Wind on the opponent's turn. I think we go Kaleido Heart here. I think that's the play. No. No, I think we go... Yeah, I think we do this. I think we do this. You're right. Go back Kit? So we have access to a rank 4? It's certainly an option. Yeah, I think we do that. We'll put back the Kit here. Go Kaleido. Draw a card. Wow, Rhino Heart. That's very funny. We do have Grief, so we're gonna go Kit here, or not Kit. Tier Cash, effect, banish, Tier Cash effect. My side, mill 3. Pretty good mills. Grab. Meta Noise? Grab Meta Noise. Banish everything from grave and Tier Cash to make the rank 4. Yeah. Is that worth it, though? Yeah, probably. Whee! Whee! Alright, Snow, special. Make Redoer. Set 1. Burf. Burf. Special summon back. Pass. I could make a Rise Heart as well, which would have been wild. Could have been crazy. Wino Kit effect? I felt like it was more useful to go for the rank 4 than to go for Kit Kalos there. Because having access... Oh! Based! Holy shit, it's based! I think it's more important to have the Shirin be able to be detached there. Warbler effect. We're gonna go Scream, yeah. Ah! Sure. Should have grabbed Celiac. Celiac would have been crazy here. Not great, if I do say so myself, but that's okay. Celeste Wagtail. Sure. Adelira's Spell Trap. I'm just gonna go for the Unicorn here. And I think the play is probably banish the... I mean, banishing Zeus just makes the most sense here, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Because we have Meta Beast. I don't think I care about the Zeus. What do we banish here? Shureg? Shureg is kind of crazy. What am I worried about? Not worried about Assembled, because I can literally just flip it face down with the Meta Noise. I think Fairy Sheet is actually the correct option. Bird Call. Oh, we're playing shiny cards. Gross. Could go Fenris to banish. I don't think that's the option. I think we just wait here. We could go Redoer effect as well to potentially go for, like, Drago. Dude, we don't really have a target for that. Having Snow would also be nice. How about his Dragostapelia here? Maybe I should have detached to go for normal summon Cobalt Sparrow. Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, I'm gonna go Redoer. I think what they're planning on doing. Probably. I think what they're planning on doing is going for Simorph. Which I'd rather they not. So we're gonna go Kaleido. We're gonna shuffle away the Cobalt Sparrow. Oh, that also gives them target protection. Yeah, so we just get rid of the Cobalt Sparrow there, 100%. Go for the Sheeran. Fusion Summon. We go for the Kit. Kit effect, send Havness. Havness effect. I'm actually going to put back the Tear Cache. I think I want to keep the Rhino Heart in my hand. Tear Cache just kind of isn't doing anything here. So we go for the Kit. Kaleido Heart, shuffle away. We go Kit effect. Do we have Droplet or something? That could be scary. They definitely have a quick play. Could be called by. I doubt that it's called by, though. We go for the Havness. Send it to grave. Havness effect. Is it called by? That resolves, surprisingly. We'll go Rukalos then. Which stops the bird call. Sure. It's gotta be like Droplet, right? Fractal. Sure. They could have triple tag, which could be troublesome. I only know of the one card in hand, right? Fractal Sun Kit. But now if they activate the bird call, I gotta go Birth, Banish 3. So that's a bit troublesome. Sure. Sure. Grab Karos. Uh-huh. Yeah. So we know Karos Bird Call. Again, I could just, like, flip down the Karos. Prevent them from getting into Smorg. Although Smorg's not great here. Karos effect. Sapphire. Yeah, that's fine. We go Fenris here. Just targeting this guy. We keep the Meta Noise. Z summon, Recital and attack. Okay. We flip you face down. We're gonna send the tier cash. Tier cash, mill 2. I don't expect to hit anything here, but it's more so just setting up the grave for Snow. There's the bird call. That one we do negate. Yeah. That was pretty good. That guy's hand was really strong. Whoa. No way he's on one sure egg. They were on one sure egg, by the way. By the way, to be fair, I didn't take the sure egg. I don't think sure egg is the correct take. I think it's Faragite. Faragite opens up a lot of lines. Forgot I can't message through my PC. That's weird. Well, I wonder why. Oh, are you maybe on like a different account? Like logged in as a guest and so you're not subscribed or something like that? That very well could be an option. That's pretty good hands. Oh, it's stun. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. I'm logged in. Interesting. No idea. You said that when I activated the unicorn? That's funny. No barrier statue. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Whoa. Whoa. Gamma Seal. Gamma Seal's not bad. It's not insane, but it's not bad. Cool. I'll just special Defenris. And now I am a machine. Are we super polying? That'd be funny. Ring of Destruction. Wild. Wild. Sure. 24, 24. I'm gonna set this to see if they do anything with that. We'll pass. I literally don't have anything. This is my name when I message. It just doesn't post at all. Weird. Bruh. Sure. Sure. Can I just say how much this... I hate this card? Why that card? Why that card exist? That's the best draw. That's the best draw. That's literally what I needed. Awesome. Fantastic. Flip up screen. Up! Oh, joy stun. Indeed. We'll go Rhino Hearts, Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, up! I would imagine they have something for this, right? They're playing Ring of Destruction. I don't know what this could be. Dual Links gimmick level? Wait, what? Dogma Punishment. That seems a bit odd. Especially if they're gonna send, like, Entis. Because then I gotta go triple tack and draw 2. Oh, wow, that's actually pretty good. Fucking awesome, dude. That's so cool! Are we here? Am I streaming? Are we streaming? Oh, it looks like we are streaming. Cool. I have no idea what happened. It just... My internet decided, no. No. Cool. Kit, Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2. Ah! Certain players are usually the people that complain that meta decks don't let them play. Ironic. What? Do you have something for this kit? You must, right? It jump scared me for a sec there. Jump scared me for a sec there. If it died, I would have just ended stream. I would have just been like, nah, we're done. Nah, we're done. We don't play this game anymore. We're compulsing! Hey, yo. Hey, yo. No shot. Oh, that's so unbelievable comedy. Such unbelievable comedia. Okay, cool. Grab to the hand the Shit in. I thought it was my internet. No. You're good. You're good. Let us... Duatu. I do not care about that last card in your hand, I'm not gonna lie. I just genuinely do not care. Oh, sometimes you are just gifted. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Grab a burf. Is this deck just the bulk bayonet locals? Absolutely. 7,000 points immediately. What's my match history look like? Pretty good. I love starting off with a loss and then going on a 6-win streak. Killer. Tier limit, baby. Tier limit bad, copium. Tier limit bad, copium. Not good. Was that just like bad labyrinth? Like, what was that? I'm so confused. That's a pretty good hand. That's a pretty good one. Special summon Unicron. Unicron effect. Grab Burf. Activate Burf. I could just normal summon this. I'm wondering how much that is the correct play. It probably is. Let's be honest. Use the effect of Burf. Normal summon. Effect. Send from my field. Not great, but it's all right. Special summon off Burf. Go Fenris. Fenris search Unicorn. I mean, I have Theosis, but Theosis doesn't really do anything here. We have Havness as well, so there's no point in going to Rise Heart. I think I literally just pass. I think there's nothing more for me to do here, except for pass. Except for pass. Speaking of streaks, I'm still mad that I lost my 16-win streak in ranked to Lab Mirror, where I drew no Furnisher going second. Sometimes the opponent is just better. It happens. That's why I don't really care about win streaks. I'm like, percentages, maybe, but like win streaks, it's like, this game is jank. Who knows? Who genuinely knows? Have they seen tier cards? They have. Banish 6. Sure. Ash. Fenris. Oh, we're actually playing Kashtira. That's hilarious. Any idea what tomorrow pack will have? Yeah, they posted a little thing on... like, in the game, in the notifications. You can go check the notifications. It's nothing great. There's, like, the new card that was announced with the OCG... and then, like, nothing else. Nothing else of really note. That's what I will say. Am I disconnecting again? No? What did we add? Added Ash. Sure. Special summon the Fenris. Sure. Teller Knights or Coat. True. Alright. Maxi. Activate the Ash that you just drew. It resolves. Sure. Now they get to banish my Fenris before my Fenris gets to activate. But I do just get to go Havness here. And I do get to draw cards. And I do get to activate Birth. Except I don't. I'm lying. I'm lying! That would force out the, oh wow, triple attack is actually really good here. We'll go Havness. Hopefully it has Infernobles. I don't think it does. It might, but again, I don't think it does. No Baron in pass, weird. Maybe that's what they wanted to do. But they have Ash. Like, they could have Ashed. So I'm wondering what the rest of their hand is. Yeah, they do decide to Ash there, which is fine. I get the Unicorn effect, which is pretty nice. And the simple thing is we just go buy this guy. No Zeus for you. Banish Ogre. Oh wow, those were some pretty good ones. Grab a card. Or just like, what are we doing? Oh, maybe like Big Eye? Big Eye Steel Unicorn, walk over the field. Banish a card for my extra. That's probably it. Grab Scareclaw. That makes sense. Are we going for lethal? Oh, there's a real chance of that. Do you have anything banished other than Ogre? No. Okay. If I don't die, this is okay. But I probably do die. Banish 3 cards. Yeah, I don't care. I'm really suspicious as to why they didn't Ash the Maxi. Grab the trap, sure. They have a lot of damage on the field. It's not lethal. They could go Big Eye. Big Eye take Unicorn. Unicorn search. Walk over the field. Still not lethal. It's a lot of damage, but it's not lethal. He's using the Better Habit protocol. Maybe. I'm surprised he didn't just go a Rise Heart there before summoning the Ogre. Because now he's like, oh, maybe I play into Nib here. Yeah, I think that's what he's deciding. He's deciding whether or not to play into Nib. And whether or not I play Nib. I'm trying to think if he has lethal here. Because he hasn't activated a Shingra Era, so he can't, like, easily go into an Rise Heart. Again, if I don't die, I think I just win. Yeah, he's just making the Cashier a Rise Heart. Which him doing that basically secures my victory because we drew the triple tack. Yeah, I think we just win here. Where's our baby boy Gamma Seal? We don't need it. Detach at 3 in the battle phase? What are we doing? Probably Banish Birth here, right? Yeah. Banish the Birth. Attach. I guess like attach to Theosis? Yeah. Attach to Theosis. That makes the most sense. Walk over there. Unicorn. Oh right, he Prospeed. So he's never gonna kill me. Never mind. Yeah, we were never dead here. Reveal. Wraith Soth, Triple Tax, Sulliak. Ooh, Sulliak. Don't banish my Sulliak. Banish my Wraith Soth. They banished triple tack? No shot they just banished triple tack there. No shot. They're like, yeah, you can have Theos, or, Wraith Stone. Wild. Wild. Unbelievable. That's actual comedy. That's so funny. Cool. You know, Preparations is that card. You could go special. Special summon the Scareclaw. Oh, we just draw the Races because they decided to special again there. So this is a Soliak here, which is pretty nice. Coolio. Coolio, Coolio, Coolio. Let's go Wraith South. Prep. Yep, yep, yep. Prep, yep, yep. There were 2 limited to 1 cards in there. He's like, triple tack? I guess it made sense given the fact that, like, he knew he was going to be special summoning again. But like what? But like what? Why would you... Cool. Let's go Fenris. Thank you so very much, my guy. Thank you so very much, my guy. My lad, my sir. That's fine. Shouldn't play through Maxi, bro. Yeah. Gives us grab back the Fenris. Sure, sure. We literally can just Zeus him, which is so fun. Oh, this is so fun. Because I still have Zeus. Which is silly. Smile! Smile! Smile. Rice Heart. Attach. What do we want to go to grave? This guy probably, right? Yeah. Just the Rhino Heart. Ogre. Yeah, that's fine. I really don't care at this point. Yeah, you can rip a card. That's totally fine. Ash! Ah, Sheeran. Oh, and Rhino. Cringe. And Scream. What did we banish? Sheeran? Yep, Sheeran. Sheeran. Sure, sure, sure. I grab the Sheeran, I guess. Normally you take the challenge when you have lethal. True. But he took it after activating the Prosby. I'm gonna just walk over this guy, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Attach material. What are we attaching here? The Tiratir. Cool, let's go main 2. And let's go a really big double Azais. Thank you for giving me so many materials, my guy. Thank you. That's a big Zeus. That's a big Zeus. That's a really large Zeus. Cool. We're gonna go detach and detach. Sure. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thinking thoughts, I'm thinking thoughts, I'm thinking thoughts, thoughts are being thunk. Yeah, just pass. Fenris. Sure, Fenris is fine. Havness. Do you have a second Ash? Nope, of course not. You spelled dragons wrong in the thumbnail? That's on purpose. That was the joke. Oh, cool. Let's go Beast, Scream, Have. And then we'll go double Azes. Yeah. Thoughts? What did he grab? He grabbed Unicorn. Yeah, at least you need to target Zeus. I could just go Winda here. Oh, Winda doesn't do anything. I was like, yo, I could go Winda. Winda doesn't do jack shit. Cool. I could just pray to hit Sheeran off of the tier name. That's an option. We could also send to grave off of yeah. Tearlament, too good. It's too good. I don't lose. Kashtira who? Kashtira who? Back in my day, we started putting te on purpose. Absolutely. I 100% remember that. They also said you spilled the dragons wrong. I think that was a joke. I'm just saying. I think it may have been a cheeky broma. Una broma chistosa. Put him over here. Strongest. Tiarament strongest. Burb. Exactly, burb. I remember 2010's meme culture like a fever dream. 2010s? I thought that was earlier. Jeez, how old am I? No shot you have Gamma. Oh my gosh. There was a slight delay. It didn't pass priority back, but I was like, no shot you have Gamma. I refuse to believe you have Gamma. Could you imagine if they had Gamma? I would have screamed. I would have vomited. I would have cried. I think I grabbed Sheeran. I think I grabbed nothing. JK, I grabbed nothing. Cool. Cool! Cool. So that one passed, baby. 2 hand traps in a dream. One of the biggest pet peeves is when people put you are or you. Like, brother in Christ, it's 2 extra letters. Can't type that much. That's too many letters. Too many letters. I'm at the point where I cringe knowing I'm older than Trollface. My opponent just left. They just left. What? What do you mean? 2003 to 2007 meme culture? That's what it... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, no shot, it's... No shot I'm that old. Yeah. No. I don't know. My brain's... I'm playing Teeter. I can't think. Oh, I'm going second. Watch this be Pearly. Watch me actually play against a good deck. I haven't played against a good deck like this entire time. I played against Kashtira. Like, that's not a good deck. I've been on the net since it was still dial-up. Me too. Yo, it's... Alright, immediately, we're starting with the Wraith Sith. Of course we're starting with the Wraith Sith. Judgment! Oh, my computer hits this deck too. Yep. 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 Cringe. No shot we're activating Lord of the Heavenly Prison here. We fucking are. Oh my... Oh, it's so kind of you. Oh, very kind of you. Mostly just for giving me access to the triple attack to take. Now, that is not activatable, so that is good to know. Cool. Anyway, we're gonna special summon the Unicorn. Thoughts? Thoughts on Unicorn? Do you have them? No? Okay, no thoughts? No thoughts, head empty? Cool. No thoughts, head empty. Good to know. Cool, I'm gonna activate Bird here. Cool, thoughts? No? Okay, cool. Activate Scream. Up! How's the second stage going over here? Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Cool. We're gonna go talents. We're gonna draw 2. I'm gonna draw 2. I'm gonna draw 2. Do you have any? Do you have anything? No, nothing. This is the funniest of the draws. Holy shit. Okay, so the play here is go Rhino. 100%. 100% we go Rhino Heart. Then we immediately send the Rhino Hearts to the graveyard, and we trigger a million things. Just kidding, we don't. We actually just trigger the one. It's fine. No shot, you have Grave Diggers. What in the fuck is happening? It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. But it's totally fine. Cool. Ash. Make Baron. Make Barone. Barone. Cool. Barone. Pop this one. Ferret Flames! Holy shit, I was about to get cooked. I was about to get fucking cooked. Yikes. Yikes!
I don't like being cooked. It's not very healthy for me.
You. LeBonk. Banish a trap from your grave to special summon. No. Cool, main 2. Set meta noise? Pass. Standby phase. Who let this man cook? Not I. Cool. Rhino. Scream. Up! I think they sent all the Naturia Runic players at me. I'm sorry. I really am. I could not feel worse about that situation for you. That sounds like a pain. Ugh. I've been dueling all the EXO players. Honestly, all of my duels have been different. All of my duels have been something strange. There's something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Unironically playing Cyber Dark Exa. That is unbelievably funny. I will agree. I will agree. That is very chistoso. Very chistoso. Cool, let me rip a card out, you extra. Give me that extra!
Mine.
Kentragina. Gone. Gone! Goodbye! Goodbye. Goodbye. Stay my face! I think I knew the reason why I always have to fight Dark World. Because you're living in a dark world. True. Any truers in chat? True. End of main? Sure, absolutely. You can 100% go to battle phase. For sure, my guy. For sure, my little chicken nuggy. Cheeky nuggy. Sure. No shot we crashed there. I have birth. It exists. What are we doing? Fusion summon a Dino Morbia. Dino Morbin time! We Dino, we Morbin, we Dino, we Morbin, we Dino, we Morbin, we Dino, we Morbin. Kentragina. This is a quick effect, right? During the main phase, quick effect, pay half your life points, banish a normal trap. Yep, that's fine. I was having an aneurysm when I saw it into the graveyard. Otherwise, this was, oh, double mark that Ash or Maxi. Bruh. Fusion. Ha. Rexterm. Rexterm. Sure. Sure. Okay, anyway, meta noise. Omega Wall. Cool. Send Sheeran. Sheeran effect. Thoughts? Do you have any thoughts on this? No? Okay, cool. I have no thoughts anyway. It's fine. So a little bit of everything. Lab, Cash, Gishki, Sprite, Hero, etc. Whoa. I've even seen Chaos Max Dragon OTK. I mean, I've seen Self TK today. So, you know, I haven't really been surprised by anything. I'm just like, yeah, sure. Since the Self TK, I've just been like, yeah, Dinomorphia? Sure, why not? Why not play Dinomorbin? We Morbin. Why not? Mill 3, just hit Happiness. Just hit Happiness. Show him what Burf. Burf! Well, too late. Burf. And now we BM. No, I'm actually setting up because I believe he has the... Oh, no, he literally doesn't have anything. Oh, I don't need to do this then. That's okay. I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna grab the Rhino Heart, add Rhino Heart to hand, any scoop. I just noticed Hero is just a Floodgate deck. You just noticed? Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team. Chat, on day 1, within, I don't know, 2 hours, we got 10,000 points. What am I ranking? What am I ranking? Holy shit. Oh, this was my ranking when it went off. Cool. Wow, that guy had exactly 10,000. You can't play anymore. When you get an exactly 10,000, you can't play anymore. You have to just stop. You got exactly 10. He won 10 times in a row, exactly getting 1,000 each time, and then just stops. Right? That's how you do it. Cool. Well, I'm top. I don't know, probably like top 1,000. Done. I'm gonna call it quits for today. Cause man, tier is unbelievably fun. That was too much fun. I hate it. Why did they do this to my delicious tier? How did they get their scores so fast? They just played. They just won. They didn't lose. Book of Eclipse without drawing a million and flipping back up is pretty damn strong. Absolutely. I vastly underestimated that card, and I thought it was decent to begin with. Oh, Daruma Karma Cannon is insane. If tier isn't hit this much, then people would play more anti-tier cards. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I mean, Kashtira is in the format. So, you know, there's that. We did happen to lose to Flunder. That is something that happened. We did lose to Flunder. So, like, you know, it happens. This deck is really good. I'm not as I'm not as pilled on these two. I don't know how I feel about them. I feel like a third Meta Noise might be worth it. But honestly, this deck is good. This deck is good. Tier without the Ishizu stuff is so fun to play against. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I'd rather play maybe the Ishizus. I feel like that would be more worth it. Maybe. Arguable. Or maybe I play Planet Pathfinder. That's a joke. That was a joke. Triple attack is crazy. Honestly, even just the one maxi is annoying. I feel like I don't need it most of the time. Pathfinder is kind of bog. Smile. Smile. I don't know. Honestly, this is like one of the best metas that we've had in Master Duel. I originally didn't like it, and then less people were playing Makonko, and when you actually play against not Makonko, it's pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. Crossout maybe? No, crossout's not great. What would you cross out? I don't know. Crossout's not. The problem is, I want something that like is good to mill. I don't know. Ditch the Synchros. The Synchros have been good though. Specifically Destrudo. Destrudo has been good. But also Fangly hasn't been bad. It just is like a level 1. Because sometimes... There were a few instances where, like, drawing this and, like, a Kashtira allowed me to go into Chaos Ruler, which then just, like, is full combo by itself because you'd hit, like, anything and it'd be off to the races. Oh, you're thinking because of the one of Crossout. I don't hate Mexi. I do like having it at least at 1. But I feel like it's so odd. Selena access code? For what? For the 1 snow? That doesn't feel like it. Nah. Selena access code? No. The Synchros are definitely... I don't know about these two. These two are very good. But I definitely wouldn't add Selene access code. Maybe I would add Zeroboros. Zeroboros is really strong. And it outs like so much. And maybe I'd add another Xyz. Like Dugaris, maybe. If I were to change anything, those would be the things that I would change. Or maybe I'd give myself another fusion that I could go into with the Destrudo. Like a Mud Dragon. Mud Dragon seems pretty good here as well. To give me, like, target protection. Master Duel right now, more support, meta changing. What? Oh, you're saying there's more support, so the meta changing won't happen soon? Yeah. But I do actually really enjoy this meta. I think it's pretty cool. I think there's a lot of really interesting decks like below the top 3-ish decks. Like Labyrinth, I think Labyrinth, the Kashtira and Pearly are very clearly the top 3. But I think that none of those are like pushing anything out of the meta, which is really cool. Because I think previously, like, Kashtira was... In like the TCG, Kashtira was pushing a lot of other decks out of the meta because of its banish effect, and because of like the way that it interacted. But because of the limitations to its consistency, I feel like the deck can basically be beaten by anything, even with like main deck stuff. And it just kind of loses to everything anyway. But that really does help with kind of allowing a lot of decks, like for example Tearlament, like for example Bird Up, etc., to still be able to be playable. And still function. I mean, yeah, there are, 3 very good decks, but then I think there's, like, a lot of decks right below that are still very strong as well. All 3 meta decks are heavily beatable. Yeah, exactly. Like, Pearly is very strong if it does get the ability to, like, just fully set up. But sometimes Imperm literally kills the deck. Sometimes... you draw your Herald of the Abyss, and sometimes you go first, and like going first against Pearly is also still very strong, right? But Pearly is by far like the least like beatable, quote unquote. But I feel like every deck has an opportunity to beat this deck, if that makes sense. So it's not necessarily like it's easy to beat, but it is something that's like very beatable. If that makes sense. That sounds weird. But, like, yeah. You get it. It's a good meta. Diablosis, as everyone says, is the problem card. Absolutely. I do think a Rise Heart is a bit of a problem as well. Yeah. Like, I don't think Noir is a problem because it's not fully a... Towers, but it is kind of insane. Yeah, that is true. Seeing a Drytron end board, you were like, oh, I can't beat this. But seeing a Pearly end board, you're like, no, I can beat this. But the difference is, like, you have to also beat the follow-up of Pearly. You have to either, like, OTK them or, like, it's kind of more... It's almost more difficult to beat their end board because it's not just draw the out. It's like, you have to draw multiple outs. But it does feel like you actually get the opportunity to play it, which is very nice. Like, Pearly, if you really do play against a good Pearly player, Pearly is so oppressive, and it feels like you genuinely just can't play the game. However, unlike with a lot of other decks, it's not by, like, locking you out of the game. This is one thing that Tier Limit did as well. When you play against Tier Limit, it never feels like they're locking you out of the game. Maybe in, like, its highest form, you know, with, like, the Ishizus and stuff like that, where they would just, like, mill you out of the game, basically, and then shuffle everything away and what have you. But when it comes to the more nerfed version, like, even before the nerfs to Merly and to Havness, even prior to all of that stuff, it still felt like it was very beatable. It was just, like, better than you. It didn't lock you out of the game with, like, a floodgate or anything like that. It was just, it did more. You know, it just did more. And I think now it's like, I think now it's in a pretty good spot. I think it'll probably receive additional hits, but should it? Probably not. Especially when they started making Vanity's Ruler. Ooh, that was fun. I feel like Pearly is the best by virtue, and not exactly by traditional means. Yeah. It's just the least hit deck in the meta, and Lab was never the best deck in cash format anyway. I kind of agree. Having access to all of its names, though, I don't think is as important as what it actually does. Think about what Pearly actually does. It's kind of crazy what it actually accomplishes, right? It can OTK super efficiently. It can put up a big towers that also shuffles away a whole bunch of cards. It can draw a whole bunch of cards and do an additional follow-up play almost always. And then it also has a bunch of non-engine that you can run. Like Handtraps and triple tax, you know. When E Pearly comes out, it might change. That card is ridiculous? Absolutely. Oh yeah. Pearly with the Mini Noir will probably be too strong. This deck is absolutely going to get hit. 100%. I would imagine... I don't know how hard the hits are going to be, but I imagine Delicious Memory and maybe Happy Memory are, like, on the chopping block. Maybe they hit something else, like, you know, instead of what they did in the TCG or the OCG, and maybe they hit, like, an actual Pearly monster. I doubt that, but it's probably the quick plays, and it's probably Delicious. Yeah. If E Pearly Noir was here, it would be a nightmare. It'd be so... it's so strong. But, at the very least, that's not what the case is. And, luckily, Sleeping Memory is, not really good right now. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think the meta's been really fun. When I'm not playing against Makonko, it's been real fun. Or when I play decks that don't immediately lose to Makonko. Like Pearly and Tearlament. I really don't think... I say Kashtira is the best deck, but honestly I don't think it is. I don't think it's a top deck. I think it's just a deck that, like, you have to play around. Because, yeah, it can just auto-win games, right? It can just end on an Arise Heart and just entirely kill you. But if you are prepared for it, it's a joke. It's laughably bad. There are so many outs to it. What are my thoughts on Gishki? Are we talking Gishki Sprite? Because it's, like, the worst version of Sprite. If we're talking Gishki, I don't know, it's okay. I mean, Gishki Sprite is the only real way to play Gishki, but, like, it's fine. Like, I look at this deck, and I go, why would I play this when I could play any other version of Sprite and have, like, infinitely more success? It's just too inconsistent. Like, yeah, it can end on additional, like, more negates, and it does have the ability to, like, non-once per turn get additional materials, which is pretty cool. But it also just bricks, like, way more often. I'd say Live Twin Sprite is better, and that proves ass, especially in this meta. That's true. Thought this meta was dog water until I joined the cup. It was my Duelist Cup of Duels that taught me that I hate Master Duel ranked players and not Master Duel itself. Yeah. I think it's not even necessarily like the Duelist Cup that I really enjoyed, because I enjoyed ranked as well. It was just more so like playing against a whole bunch of the rogue decks that I really don't enjoy, right? Like, let's be honest. It's not fun playing against Sprite, right? It's not fun playing against Makonko, Pendulum, Spiral, all of these decks that are just like random jank. But when you're actually playing against like the best decks, right? A lot of times they're pretty interesting, right? Like, what would I consider... Let's actually do this. I'm actually going to quickly... We're going to really quickly... Not for the Duelist Cup, just in general. I'm going to make a real quick Master Duel tier list. Just so that I can, like, visualize what I'm talking about. And visualize, like, what I actually think are the best decks. Because it's probably very different than what you're expecting. Because I think my opinion has changed since, not just playing the Cup, but since, like, just grinding to Master 1. I think that there is a very different meta than what I originally anticipated. Is it this one? Nope. Nope. Let's go. Oh, that is too many decks. Let's... You know what? That one will work. Okay. I know we literally just made a tier list earlier today. But we'll just delete... Oh, hold on. What is happening? Go back. Delete. Delete. Cool. So, as we can see, there's a lot of decks on here. We're not going to talk about all of them. Let's talk about Branded. We'll talk about Dragon Link. We'll talk about Dark Lord. I feel like I always have to talk about Dark Lord. Runic for Hire. Gishki. Live Twin. Tier. Bird Up. We'll talk about Hero. Birds. Burp. Ninja. Runic Naturia. Sprite. Spiral. Stun. We'll talk about Tri-Brigade. We'll talk about Scareclaw too. Exo. Where was Striker? I saw Striker. I hate this artwork for Striker. Pearly. Rescue Ace. What else? Anything else? Probably not. Okay. Oh, we can talk about, like... Oh. Runic and... Rika. And Mathmech. I forgot about Mathmech. And Makonko. Fun. Okay. That should be good. Okay. Real quick. T1, P5, Tier 1. P5, 1, P5. Other Sprite variants. This will be like regular Sprite. Bad. Pretty mid. Actually, pretty bad. And we'll put it in Rogue. Runic's Rogue. This guy's Rogue. Mathmech's pretty good. Rika's pretty good. Pearly's the best deck. Rescue Ace is Rogue. Scareclaw, because of the Cashier cards, is pretty good. Stuns, whatever. Tri-Brigade. Tribrigade's a bit slept on. Let's also talk about Lyrilisc. Spiral is pretty good. Gishki Sprites, like one of the worst versions. I think it's honestly worse than Rika. Flunder's really strong. Runic Naturia is really good. Plunder's mid. Actually, Plunder's pretty good. Ninjas are Rogue. Kashtira is tier 1. You're tier 1. You're actually still very good. Pretty mid. Exo's like just so bad. And I think that's it, right? That's all I really want to talk about. So here's the tier list. Majolche Murnisus, Ice Shade, is in the sorry tier. Sorry. Moray of Greed? I wonder if the console matchmaking problem is still exists. No. No. You have to turn on crossplay to be able to do the Stage 2 Duelist Cup. Honestly, the decks I feel are worth their paper in Master Duel is Pearly, Cash, Lab, Dragonlink, Runic Naturia, Sprite variants, and Branded. The rest feel tier 2-ish or gimmicky to me. Yeah, I can somewhat agree with that. Yeah, that's basically it. I'm gonna put Sprite higher because like this is basically like Runic Sprite. I think I think a Runic Sprite variant is is still really strong right now. But here's the thing. I think of the top 3 decks, the only reason Kashtira is up here is because if you don't respect it, the deck kills you. I don't actually think it's all that good if you at all respect the deck. Which is one of the things why I actually think that a lot of these other decks are higher or just like higher up, right? So first of all, Pearly is the best deck. Very simple. Sword Soul getting no respect in this meta. All right, there you go. Sword Soul, it exists. Pearly is like by far the best deck. It doesn't really have a losing matchup, I would say. Yeah, I don't think it has a losing matchup. But it's also very easy to beat. Okay. Moving on. Labyrinth, I think, has a really good matchup against basically everything that isn't Kashtira. Going second, it does have a bit of a weakness, but I think not a lot of the end boards that are currently being made in Master Duel end up really hurting just like setting a bunch of cards. And on top of that, the IKEA cards, people don't really have a whole lot of outs to like the IKEA stuff. So you can just like send your IKEA cards to the graveyard and potentially start playing on your opponent's turn, which has happened oftentimes with me. You go like Coup Clock, send, and then send like 2 additional cards, and then you get to like basically play on your opponent's turn and interrupt them as if they were Handtraps, which is pretty cool. You can also play a lot of Handtraps as well, just in general, like Gammas, Ash Blossoms, etc., to really slow them down. And I think Handtraps are really strong right now, so having that variant is pretty good. Yeah, I'm actually gonna put these guys lower. I don't think they're that strong. I think Runic Naturia is also probably stronger here. Decks that I believe are slept on is basically this entire tier. I believe tier 1.5 is decks that are genuinely not expected to be played against, and if you end up playing them, they will be good. They do not have a losing matchup against any of these top decks, except for maybe Pearly. Like, Branded is maybe gonna lose against Kashtira, but again, Branded also has the ability to just like activate a Branded Fusion and not care about what the Kashtira player is doing because they just get to play the game anyway. I guess like Unicorn is a bit of an issue, but other than that, it's like if you end up going first, you could potentially just prevent your opponent from even interacting with you, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, I think Branded is really, really heavily slept on right now. Yes, it does only have one Branded fusion, but that doesn't matter because it has like a million other cards to support it. So there's that. Next up, Dragon Link. Dragon Link is just insane. If you get to go first, I struggle to think of a deck that actually has a good out to Borrowland besides Labyrinth. Like, Labyrinth actually is a bit scary for you because they can set up, like, a big welcome or something like that in the graveyard on your first turn before you even have a chance to, like, make the Borrowland. And at that point, Borrowland isn't great, but then you can, like, pivot. So I really don't think that this deck has, like, a losing matchup besides Kashtira going first and setting up an Arise Heart. Which I do think is where the Kashtira players thrive. But again, like, if you have almost any side deck option, especially since Thrust exists, if you have almost any side deck option, you just get to either take this and make a Zeus, or you get to, like, Book of Moon, or Herald of the Abyss. Like, there are so many outs. I've been on Lab this meta, and it's very reliable. Yep. Lab going first is probably the best deck. Labyrinth going first is probably the best deck in the game. Not probably. It is the best deck in the game, and it's not close. It's better than Pearly going first, and it's far better than Kashtira going first. If you can guarantee that you go first, this deck is really good. It has a big weakness going second, but even then, it is shored up by the fact that it can play with the IKEA stuff, and it can play Handtraps. And it can play a lot of Handtraps. But, with that being said, these three decks, none of them are pushing anything out of the meta. Yes, Kashtira has you, like, if you respect it, if you don't respect it, it does technically deal with your deck. But if you do, all you need to do is play, like, a Fenrir. And all of a sudden, that entire deck can be trivialized, right? With, like, a Zeus or something like that. No, granted, Kashtira players are getting smarter and not actually activating their Shangri Era in the standby phase because so many people are playing things like the Fenrir to just, like, auto-win against that entire deck. So there's that. But, even with that being said, I still think that there are a lot of things that you can do to out this guy because we have Thrust in the game to just basically invalidate this card by itself. And since there's no side deck, you can't really, like, get side decked by Kashtira. There aren't great side deck options to beat Kashtira besides what you already have probably in your main deck. And, like, maybe, like, Books of Moon and Books of Eclipse. But, alas. I don't know how Dragon Link went from 0 to hero overnight. The cash cards only threaten you if they go first. Dragon Link should be a lot more popular. I absolutely agree. Dragon Link is still crazy. That's why I think I have it so high. On top of that, again, Handtraps. I think Handtraps are very, very slept on. I think a lot of people are playing board breakers, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but, like, the triple tactics are good, but it should mostly be Handtraps, or, like, just Engine, right? If you can play through Kashtira with Engine, like, additional Kashtira cards or what have you, then you don't need the Handtraps. If you can't, you should probably be playing, like, Imperms and Handtraps and stuff like that, Droll, etc., to prevent them from getting to the Arise Heart. Because if you can't, D-Link is popular. I haven't seen, like, any of it. But yeah, like, if you can, yeah, Dragon Link cleans house. Dragon Link is stupid good. Yeah. Next up, we have Sprite Fur Hire, as well as, it's more so Runic Fur Hire, and then Sprite Runic. These variants are still very, very strong. Having access to things like Flashing Fire, and, yeah, Freezing Curses. Right? No, it's Flashing Fire and the one that pops. Is that one Freezing Curses? Anyway, the one that pops and the one that negates. Those literally just entirely stop Arise Heart, which is, like, the only problem with Kashtira. You can play through a Unicorn, you can play through a Fenrir, like, that's not really that big of a deal. And they're not really able to play a whole lot of non-engine because they just need to see their engine as much as possible. And because of that lack of consistency... No, it's not Destruction. It's Flashing Fire and... the other one. It's Freezing Curses, right? Anyway. But because, like, Kashtira can't really afford to play a whole lot of non-engine, because they have to play, like, consistency boosting tools, or they're just incredibly inconsistent and just, like, high roll you, like, you're still going to do pretty well with runic stuff. Okay, it is pretty gorgeous. I don't know why I'm losing my mind. Speaking of runic stuff, I do think that runic Naturia is still very strong. Yes, you do have to send cards to the graveyard, but who cares when you have the ability to set up on the first turn like 9 interactions and prevent your opponent from really doing anything. Smile. Same with Lyralisk. Lyralisk has the ability to play through quite a few interactions from the opponent. And it has also the ability to make Zeus without activating anything, which is a death sentence to Kashtira. It can also do that while having target protection if it really needs it. And then it also can play a whole bunch of non-engine, which is very strong as well. But going first, it is so good against basically every deck. Setting up an Omni Negate, setting up untargetable monsters, setting up a like just beefy Utopic Zero or Utopic Draco Future. There's a lot of decks that just can't really out this. The problem is, I think with this deck is that basically every single one of these decks, if they become too popular, can easily be countered. Right? These are all like sleeper tier 1.5. They're not actually that good, because as soon as people start to play counters to any of these decks, they die. Right? As soon as there's like Dark Rulers, this deck is dead. Right? As soon as there is, you know, more Spell and Trapped negation, this deck isn't great. Right? You know, lots of stuff like that, where it's just like, yeah, if you just play the counters to these decks, they're not going to do too well. But as of right now, they're not being pushed out of the meta by these top decks, and you have to play the counter cards to these, because if you don't, you do lose. The Branded Paradox. The deck is only good when no one cares about it. Exactly. Exactly. That is exactly the case. So, like, people aren't preparing for any of these decks because they think Kashtira is a problem and keeping these decks down, which is not necessarily the case. They're like, Kashtira can be beaten by every single one of these decks pretty efficiently, even with in-engine outs, right? So there you go. And then Tier, we saw Tier. Tier is still very strong, especially because it can use the Kashtira engine to out Kashtira boards or a lot of other boards and threaten people by going into the Kashtira half and then just be like, cool, I'm actually just playing Tier, and now you've wasted all of your interactions and I get to play the game fully unhindered, which is kind of crazy. Honestly, this might go higher, but for now we'll keep it there. Now, Tier 2 is interesting because I think there are a few decks, particularly in Tier 2, that people are preparing for. Things like Bird Up, things like Mathmech, things like Gishki Sprite. And these are decks that should not be worried about too much. Maybe Mathmech, maybe, because Mathmech does have the ability to basically just like end on whatever board it wants with like a million interactions. But even with that being said, I still think that the end board isn't all that strong almost always, unless they draw a whole bunch of non-engine, in which case they don't really have much going for them, and if you have like 1 or 2 interactions, you probably end up winning. Like an Imperm just kind of stops their entire turn. Sometimes it doesn't do anything. So it's just kind of weird. Mathmech could just auto win, but like going second is really bad. I feel like it doesn't really have a winning matchup going second. Even though it does have access code Update Jammer, I feel like a lot of the interactions that other decks put out are just stronger. There's just either more interactions than they can really play through, or they're just like very specific interactions, like Pearly. Like, how is Mathmech going to deal with a Noir? Heck, how is Mathmech going to deal with like a Happy going second? Yeah, you set up your board. Great, I'm going to make Happiness under Stray Street and just watch as you suffer. You know, with your guys in attack position because you can't do anything about it. So I don't know. Mathmech might be better than I've put it here, but I feel like it's also so very beatable. And then yeah, that's basically it. I don't see a lot of the decks that a lot of people are like, oh, these decks are really good. I don't actually see them as all that great. Most notably things like Ninja, I don't think it's all that great. Its only good matchup is Kashira. And when Kashira is as beatable as it is, I feel like it's not great. Mikanko, again, similarly, I feel like... this should probably go up higher. But I feel that similarly, it only really has this one good matchup. It's really bad against Pearly. I guess it's not really bad against Pearly. It's like decent against Pearly. Yeah, no, I can. It's okay against Pearly. It's not exceptional against Pearly unless it draws specifically a Kaiju, and the opponent draws no hand traps. But like I'd say it's like 50-50. And then it's like really good against Kashira, and it's really terrible against Lab. And it's also really bad against like every one of these other decks, either because they put up too much interaction, they put up like spells and traps as their interaction as well as monsters, or something along those lines, right? Or you're conceding going first, which is... Cyberse is similar to Sky Striker too. They run out of steam after turn 3. Similar to Sky Striker? I think the opposite of Sky Striker. Sky Striker continues to gain steam, and by turn 3 they have probably the most things that they need. Don't put Flume in tier 2. Konami will see that and limit Robina in Eaglin. sorry. You're right. It's bad. It's terrible. Don't play it. I think Flunder is a bit slept on as well, but I think people are like more prepared for it just because of like it also gets hit by a lot of the stuff that beats these. Most notably like targeted negation, ashes, stuff like that. Mikanko can just like genuinely, like they just go big welcome, right? And then they can either like non-target pop, or they could like just not summon a monster, you know, or like deal with like bounce back a monster that had like higher attack or something like that. And it's like, cool, now what? Oh, you can't kill me? Great. You know, and lots of stuff like that where it's just like, oh, cool, you just don't have the damage, and then I just get to pop off, and you don't really have anything to interact with me with. Cool. So yeah. This is what I would say the meta is currently like. And because of this, this is like almost exactly what you want a meta to look like. Like a few definitive best decks that aren't pushing anything out of the meta. Maybe they're not like the most fun to play against. Like Cashier is not the most fun to play against, but at the very least it's not like killing any deck or like preventing it from playing the game. Yes, you do have to respect it, and if you don't, your deck does suffer. But if you do, you probably have the ability to just like play through it or deal with the opponent's board pretty efficiently. It's not like insane and it's going to end you end up costing you the game just by existing, right? As for the rest of the decks, it's it's like a lot of decks right below that. A lot of decks, the most amount of decks right in the middle, right smack dab in the middle. And then a few decks here or there on the outliers that like exist and you can still play. Like, for example, I don't think Sky Striker is really that bad, but like I think that is not a really good meta for it. Having a lot of like targeted protection and also having just like not really the most efficient of like graveyards and stuff like that, and going second being as difficult as it is, especially against like a Rise Heart and Pearly and Labyrinth and stuff like that. It's like Exo down there makes me happy. This might be bias. I don't know how good Exo is. I haven't played against any Exo players, so to me it always just feels like this deck is like an ash away from just completely losing. I feel like Exo has never really been that good. It's just been really lucky. And the opponents draw like no ash. So it's never really felt like a good deck to me. I think Rescue Ace is a bit slept on. I think this deck is still pretty good. It's just inconsistent. But I think it still ends on like the same boards that it ends on currently in the Master Duel, or in the TCG, which is, you know, there you go. I guess not the same because you set emergency like half the time. Anyway, I think Sprite is really slept on. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest takeaway, I think. I think Sprite's just still really, really strong. Or like Sprite variants, specifically. And specifically Runic Sprite variants, or just Runic in general. I'll be interested to see what ends up happening with the Duelist Cup. Obviously, the Duelist Cup is definitely a different beast, and I do think that things like Kashtira is going to do a lot better. Same with Labyrinth. I think Labyrinth is going to do a lot better, and probably because of that, we'll end up seeing a little bit more hate against Labyrinth in like main decks and stuff like that. But yeah, that's basically it. Rescue 8 desperately needs Emergency and Preventer. It's just horrendously down bad at the moment. I can partially agree with that. The thing is, like, while I do think Emergency is very nice, I don't think it's like too necessary, because even just like normal summon Airlifter, search out the field spell, normal summon the second guy, whoever that may be, and then go for like a Link 2, and then go drop Turbulence or like set a few cards or what have you. That might be worth it. That might be playable. Might not be very good, but you could also just like, you could play Verte or something. I don't know. It feels like it's pretty decent though. However, Stun, the problem with Stun is that I feel like it just never does enough. I feel like all of the decks just can play through it so efficiently. Like, you have to find very specific continuous traps to make it work. It just doesn't feel like it does enough. Runic stuff does a little bit better, because you can at least like slow your opponent down on top of having the spells and traps, but I still don't feel like it's great. However, the OCG thinks that's great. Anyway, yeah, I think the meta is a lot more diverse, and not like in a bad way. It feels like you still have to prep for these, but it also doesn't feel like these are going to cause you any like massive issues where you need to be like also preparing for these in like the main or in like your engine, or what have you. So yeah, there's that. Anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. I hope that you guys did indeed enjoy. If you did, like us very much, so appreciate it. And if you want to check out more content like this, as well as more Yu-Gi-Oh!, then just be sure to subscribe. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and remember to always stay frosty. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.